Hey guys. Tonight we drift into a story that smells faintly of cold metal, disinfectant, and the kind of winter air that feels like it could chip your teeth if you bite it too hard. You're here, stretched out somewhere comfortable, while your imagination stands in a dimly lit apartment in an old industrial city. Pipes ticking like a slow clock. Snow pressing against the windows as if it wants to listen in. It's the sort of place where silence is never really silent, there's always a hum. A drip, a distant train, you can almost hear your own pulse. And if you lean into that thought too much, you might joke that you probably wouldn't survive a week in conditions like this. Honestly, ban chak kong song noi do. And that's okay. We're just visiting with our minds. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is there. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You are standing in the early 2000s, in the long shadow of a dissolved empire. The Soviet Union has already become a chapter in history books, but its aftertaste still lingers in the air like strong black tea left steeping too long. Factories that once thundered with machinery now whisper with echoes. And entire neighborhoods seem to hold their breath. You walk through this landscape not as a tourist, but as someone who belongs to it, feeling the weight of economic uncertainty in your pockets and in the way people avert their eyes. This is the soil in which many stories grow. And tonight's is about a substance whose nickname sounds almost cartoonish, Krokodil, but whose reality is anything but. You've probably heard of heroin, and you might recall how it shaped whole eras. From the opium wars of the 19th century to the counterculture of the 1960s. That's our first familiar historical anchor. Societies have long wrestled with the double-edged sword of pain relief and escape. In the early 20th century, morphine was hailed as a medical miracle before its darker side became undeniable. Now, decades later, in a post-Soviet world where pharmacies are watched more closely than ever and legitimate opioids are hard to come by, a homemade substitute begins to circulate. Quietly at first, like a rumor you're not sure you should repeat. You hear the word desamorphine, spoken in hushed tones. A chemical cousin of morphine first synthesized in the 1930s. Back then, in proper laboratories with white coats and glassware. It was studied for its fast-acting pain relief. The strange, lesser-known fact is that early experiments noted its potency but also its short duration, which made it less practical for mainstream medicine. It faded into obscurity, a footnote in pharmacology textbooks, until scarcity and ingenuity pulled it back into the light. Though in a form no chemist would have recognized with pride. In kitchens and basements, people begin following rough, almost folkloric recipes. Imagine cooking shows, but instead of add a pinch of salt, it's filter carefully and hope for the best. The comparison is darkly funny in a nervous way, like laughing at a horror movie jump scare after your heart rate finally slows. You can picture someone stirring a pot and thinking, well, this is definitely not grandma's soup. And yet history shows that when access disappears, improvisation takes over. During World War II, for example, civilians brewed ersatz coffee from roasted grains and chicory. Here, the stakes are far higher. But the mindset is oddly similar. As you walk through this moment in time, you feel the social currents. Wages are low, winters are long, and the sense of a future is sometimes as thin as the ice on a river in early spring. The appeal of something cheap, something that promises warmth and relief, spreads quickly. It's like a discount sale that's too good to be true, because, of course, it is. You might even think, with a touch of modern sarcasm, that if there were review stars, this product would have a suspicious number of one-star warnings buried under a few glowing comments. Doctors in understaffed clinics begin to notice patterns. They see patients arriving with stories that don't quite line up, with symptoms that textbooks only half explain. This echoes another historical moment, in the 1980s, when a mysterious immune disorder began appearing and the world slowly realized it was facing HIV/AIDS. Physicians first recognized it through clusters of unusual cases. Here, too, the first clues come not from headlines, but from tired professionals comparing notes in break rooms over lukewarm tea. There's an odd, almost cinematic contrast between the name Krokodil, which conjures a lazy reptile basking in the sun, and the cold urban reality you're standing in. Someone once joked that giving it such a name was like calling a thunderstorm a little drizzle. Humor has always been a coping mechanism. Even in the trenches of World War I, soldiers wrote letters home filled with dry wit. You can almost hear a similar tone now. People making light of what they don't yet fully understand, because acknowledging the full weight would be too heavy. A rarely mentioned detail, one that slips past most documentaries, is how quickly word of mouth traveled through informal networks, construction sites, military barracks, abandoned factories turned makeshift shelters. This wasn't just a medical phenomenon, it was a social one. Moving along the same channels as gossip and folk songs. Historians still debate about the exact tipping point. Was it economic desperation, regulatory changes in pharmaceuticals, or the cultural memory of earlier waves of addiction that made this particular moment so combustible? As you continue to walk through this opening chapter, you sense that you're at the edge of a story that will not be gentle. Yet for now it's wrapped in the quiet of snow and the low murmur of a city trying to sleep. You pull your coat tighter, metaphorically speaking, and take in the scene, the dim stairwells, the flicker of a single bulb, the way hope and risk stand side by side like two commuters waiting for the same late-night bus. One of them promises warmth. The other doesn't show its destination on the sign. And somewhere between them, you're about to take the first step into a journey whose echoes will follow you long after the lights go out. You move forward in time the way a train eases out of a dark tunnel. The echoes of the first section still humming in your ears. The Soviet Union is gone, but its vast shadow lingers over everything like a cloud that forgot it was supposed to drift away. You walk through streets where statues once stood and where new billboards now try to sell optimism in bright colors. The kind of optimism that feels a little too loud for the quiet it's covering. This is the era of the 1990s and early 2000s. When currencies changed, borders softened, and entire ways of life had to be relearned almost overnight. It's a historical moment as significant as the fall of the Berlin Wall. That famous night in 1989 when concrete cracked and the world watched on television, realizing that an age had ended and another, uncertain one, had begun. You feel that uncertainty in the air, like static before a storm. Factories close, jobs vanish, and the social safety nets that once, however imperfectly, caught people as they fell, now have holes wide enough for whole lives to slip through. You pass by apartment blocks where elevators don't work and stairwells echo with footsteps and whispered conversations. It's in places like this that cheap solutions begin to sound like good ideas. You might compare it to downloading a sketchy free app because the paid version is out of reach. Telling yourself it can't be that bad, right? History, with a soft, ironic chuckle, has a way of answering that question later. The spread of Krokodil doesn't happen in isolation. It rides the same currents that once carried other substances across continents. Think back to the early 20th century, when heroin was sold in small bottles as a cough remedy, or to the Prohibition era in the United States, when homemade alcohol filled the gap left by legal bans. In both cases, scarcity and restriction didn't erase desire. They simply redirected it. Here, in the post-Soviet landscape, strict controls on pharmaceuticals and the high price of imported drugs create a similar vacuum. Into that space steps a do-it-yourself chemistry that feels, on the surface, like ingenuity, but underneath is desperation wearing a clever disguise. You hear stories from people who remember when pharmacies still stocked codeine-based medicines more freely. When a prescription was a formality rather than a barrier. A lesser-known fact, often overlooked in broader discussions, is how regional differences in regulation created pockets where certain substances were easier to obtain, shaping local patterns of use in very specific ways. In some towns, one law change could alter the course of hundreds of lives, the way a small shift in a river's flow can, over years, carve an entirely new channel through stone. As you walk, you sense how communities fray at the edges. Schools struggle, hospitals stretch thin, and families carry a quiet worry that sits at the dinner table like an uninvited guest. You might think of the Great Depression in the 1930s, another historical period when economic collapse reshaped daily life and forced people into choices they never imagined making. Back then, soup kitchens and bread lines became symbols of hardship. Now, the symbols are different. Syringes in abandoned lots, whispered advice on how to make do with what's available, but the underlying human vulnerability feels hauntingly familiar. There's a strange rhythm to how information travels. Without the constant buzz of social media that defines your modern world, news moves by word of mouth, by rumors, by the kind of half-trusted stories you hear on a bus or in a queue. It's almost quaint, like the way medieval towns learned about distant wars from traveling merchants. Except the subject now is chemical formulas and shortcuts. You imagine someone leaning in and saying, "It's strong, it's cheap, and everyone's trying it," the way one might recommend a new cafe, completely missing how different the stakes truly are. Doctors, meanwhile, are piecing together patterns with the patience of archaeologists brushing dust from ancient bones. They remember earlier epidemics, tuberculosis in crowded cities, for example, or the influenza pandemic of 1918 that swept the globe in waves. Those events taught the world how quickly a problem could grow when conditions were right. Here, too, they see clusters forming, cases linked not by a virus, but by a substance and by the social conditions that allow it to flourish. They trade observations in conferences and journals, trying to make sense of something that doesn't yet have a clear name in the public imagination. There's an odd contrast between official silence and street-level knowledge. Governments are busy with reforms, elections, and the monumental task of redefining national identities. Meanwhile, in the margins, a quieter crisis is unfolding. It's like a play where the main actors are center stage, delivering grand speeches, while in the background, a small group is already setting the scene for the next act. Unnoticed but crucial. You might even smirk at the thought that history often works this way, hiding its most consequential developments in the wings until it's too late to ignore them. Culturally, the period is saturated with a kind of restless energy. New music, new fashions, new freedoms, everything feels possible and fragile at the same time. In that atmosphere, the allure of escape becomes stronger. The lesser-known detail here is how cultural memory of earlier hardships, from wartime rationing to political repression, shapes attitudes toward risk. For some, survival has always meant adaptation, and adaptation sometimes blurs into dangerous experimentation. And hovering over all of this is the question of causality. Was it policy that failed? Or economics? Or something deeper in the social fabric? Historians still debate about the exact mix of factors that allowed this particular wave of addiction to take root so quickly. Arguing over data, personal testimonies, and the weight each element should carry. Their discussions echo in lecture halls and late-night papers. A reminder that even when the story feels clear on the surface, its roots are tangled underground. You continue your quiet walk through this era, feeling the cold of long winters and the warmth of cramped kitchens where people gather and talk, trying to make sense of a world that changed faster than anyone expected. There's a soft irony in how hope and hardship coexist. How laughter can still rise in stairwells even as uncertainty presses in. You might think, with a gentle, modern grin, that humanity has an impressive talent for finding both trouble and comfort in the same places. As the scene settles, you realize that this backdrop, the economic shifts, the regulatory changes, the cultural resilience, is not just context. It's the stage on which the next steps of the story will unfold. The city lights blur slightly, as if your eyes are adjusting, and the hum of distant traffic blends with the whisper of history itself, reminding you that every personal journey is carried along by much larger currents. Whether we notice them at the time or only later, when we look back and try to understand how we arrived where we are, you drift deeper into the story, and the setting narrows from broad social currents to something more intimate, more unsettling in its ordinariness. You're no longer just walking past buildings, you're stepping into kitchens, garages, and back rooms where the light is yellowed and the air smells faintly of metal and cleaning fluid. It feels oddly domestic, like the places where families once gathered for tea and simple meals. History has a way of reusing its stages for very different plays. During the Second World War, for example, households across Europe learned to make do with substitutes, powdered eggs, ersatz coffee, bread stretched with sawdust in the worst times. That spirit of improvisation, born of necessity, echoes here, but now it's twisted toward something far more dangerous. You hear the recipe before you ever see it written. It travels the way folk songs once did, from mouth to mouth, altered slightly with each retelling. Someone swears their version is smoother. Another claims theirs is stronger. The tone is almost casual, like neighbors trading tips on how to pickle cucumbers for winter. The unsettling part is how normal it all sounds. How easily the extraordinary slips into the language of everyday chores. You might even think, with a nervous little laugh, that it's like watching a cooking show where the host keeps forgetting to mention that the dish is, in fact, not meant to be eaten. This oral tradition of instruction has deep historical roots. Before printed manuals were common, blacksmithing techniques, medical remedies, and even navigation routes were passed along in just this way. A lesser-known fact is that in medieval Europe, many surgical procedures were taught apprentice to master through spoken guidance alone, with no standardized texts, leading to wide variations in practice and outcome. Here, too, the lack of formal oversight means every batch is a gamble, every step dependent on memory, rumor, and a hope that close enough will be good enough. You watch as someone measures by eye rather than by scale, counting drops the way a baker might count spoonfuls of sugar. There's a strange focus in their movements, a quiet concentration that would be admirable in another context. The tools are ordinary: bottles, filters, makeshift heating elements, objects you might find in any cluttered home. It's the intention that changes their meaning. You can't help but compare it to the way, during Prohibition in the United States, ordinary bathtubs became stills, and kitchens turned into small-scale distilleries. Back then, people joked about bathtub gin, laughing at the absurdity, even as it sometimes carried real risks. History, it seems, enjoys recycling both its mistakes and its dark humor. As you stand there, metaphorically speaking, you become aware of how much trust is placed in these spoken instructions. One missed step, one misremembered proportion, and the outcome shifts. This is where the process takes on a fragile, almost ritualistic quality, like a chant that must be recited correctly to have any power at all. You might think of ancient alchemists, hunched over their furnaces, chasing the dream of turning base metals into gold. They, too, worked from handwritten notes and whispered teachings, convinced that the right combination of heat and substance could unlock something miraculous. The difference here is that the miracle is fleeting and the cost, though not yet fully visible, is far too high. There's an irony in how communal the knowledge is. In a time when official institutions feel distant or untrustworthy, people rely on each other. Advice is given freely, sometimes with genuine concern, sometimes with the bravado of someone who's convinced they've cracked the code. It's like a group chat where everyone's an expert, and the loudest voice often carries the most weight. You might smile wryly at that, recognizing a very modern pattern in a very different setting. Misinformation and confidence often travel together, arm in arm. One historical event casts a long shadow over this scene: the rapid spread of home remedies during the 1918 influenza pandemic. With hospitals overwhelmed and doctors scarce, families turned to whatever advice they could find, from onion poultices to herbal brews, passed along by neighbors and newspapers alike. Some helped, some did nothing, and some likely made things worse. The pattern is hauntingly similar. When official channels can't meet demand, Informal networks rush in to fill the gap, for better or for worse. A detail that rarely makes it into broad narratives is how language itself shifts in these circles. Technical terms are simplified, metaphors replace measurements, and complex chemical processes are described in almost poetic shorthand. Heated until it looks right. Someone might say, as if right were a universal standard. It reminds you of old sailors' instructions. Sail until the stars line up like this, beautiful. Evocative, and terrifyingly vague. In both cases, survival depends on interpretation. You sense a mixture of hope and denial in the room. Hope that this method will provide relief. Escape, a moment of quiet from the noise of the world. Denial that the risks are manageable. That others' bad experiences are exceptions rather than warnings. It's a very human combination. During the early days of industrialization, workers often trusted new machines despite frequent accidents, believing that progress would somehow protect them. Here, too, faith in a process stands in for a lack of safer options. There's a soft, almost absurd contrast between the seriousness of what's being done and the small talk that accompanies it. Someone cracks a joke about the smell. Another about how their kitchen chemistry would never pass a school exam. The humor is gentle, self-deprecating, a way to keep fear at bay. You might think of it as the same instinct that leads astronauts to joke before a launch, or surgeons to trade light remarks before an operation. When the stakes are high, laughter becomes a kind of armor. And yet, beneath all of this, uncertainty hums like an electrical wire in the walls. No one can say with confidence what the long-term consequences will be. Only that the immediate effects are powerful and, for now, seem worth the risk. This is where the historians' voices begin to echo faintly in the background. Historians still debate about the exact pathways by which such informal knowledge networks become so influential, arguing whether economic pressure, cultural tradition, or simple human adaptability plays the leading role. You take in the scene one last time, the dim light, the careful but imprecise movements, the shared understanding that something important is happening, even if no one can quite articulate what. It feels like standing at the edge of a river whose current you can't yet see. Only hear a low, steady rush that promises to carry everything along with it. The recipe, the whispered instructions, the communal trust, they are all part of that current now. As you step back, the room fades slightly, like an image softening at the edges before sleep. The ordinary objects return to being just that, ordinary, yet you know they've played a role in something far from ordinary. You carry with you the quiet realization that history isn't only made in grand halls and official documents. Sometimes it's shaped in kitchens, in murmured advice, in the spaces where necessity and improvisation meet, and where the line between ingenuity and danger is as thin as a piece of paper held up to the light. You don't notice the turning point at first. It arrives quietly, the way evening slides into night without announcing itself. Just a subtle shift in color and temperature. One moment you're listening, observing, telling yourself you're only here to understand. And the next, curiosity leans a little closer. Like someone peeking over your shoulder to see what you're reading. It's the same kind of curiosity that once drew crowds to public electricity demonstrations in the late 19th century. People standing in awe as lights flickered on. Half thrilled, half unsure if it was entirely safe to be so close to something so powerful. Back then, some even touched live wires out of sheer wonder, learning the hard way that fascination doesn't come with a built-in safety manual. Here, the fascination isn't with glowing bulbs, but with stories. You hear about how cheap it is, how fast it works, how the world seems to soften around the edges for a while. The language is persuasive in a gentle, almost friendly way, like a late-night advertisement promising that this one product will finally solve all your problems. You might smirk at the comparison, thinking how every era has its version of limited time offer. Life-changing results. History, after all, is full of miracle cures that later needed very long footnotes. The first time someone offers, it's not dramatic. There's no thunder, no ominous music, just a casual gesture, as if they were offering you a cup of tea. You're aware of your own hesitation, the way your body pauses a fraction of a second longer than necessary. It reminds you of reading about soldiers in World War I standing in muddy trenches before their first push over the top. That moment of stillness when the mind races ahead and imagines everything at once. Of course, the scale is different, but the psychology, the quiet, private debate between caution and momentum, feels strangely similar. A lesser-known fact from that era of war is how often decisions were made not by grand strategy, but by the subtle pressure of the group. No one wanted to be the one who held everyone back. Here, too, the presence of others shapes the moment. No one is forcing you. Exactly, but the atmosphere suggests that this is simply what people do now. It's presented as normal, even routine, and routine has a powerful way of lowering defenses. You might joke internally that peer pressure is humanity's oldest subscription service. Once you're in, it's hard to cancel. When the moment comes, it feels oddly anticlimactic. There's no cinematic build-up, just a small, practical series of actions, the kind you've already watched others perform. You focus on details, the coolness of the air, the faint hum of electricity, the way your own breathing sounds a little louder in your ears. Sensation sharpens, as if someone has turned up the contrast on the world. It's not unlike the first time people rode in an automobile at the turn of the 20th century. When familiar streets suddenly seemed to rush past at an unsettling speed. Newspapers of the time wrote about the modern feeling of it. The thrill and the fear tangled together. Then comes the quiet, not silence, exactly, but a smoothing out of the background noise in your mind. Thoughts that once jostled for attention now line up politely. Like customers in a well-ordered queue. You become aware of your heartbeat, steady and distant, and of the warmth that spreads slowly, as if someone had draped a heavy blanket over your shoulders. It's easy, in this moment, to understand why the promise is so appealing. Relief, even temporary, has always been one of the most persuasive arguments in human history. There's a strange sense of being both present and removed, like watching yourself from the other side of a window. You might think of the early days of anesthesia in the 19th century, when patients described drifting into a painless twilight while surgeons worked, marveling at the way consciousness could be gently switched off and on. The difference, of course, is that those procedures took place in operating theaters with doctors and protocols, while this takes place in rooms that were never meant to host such experiments. Still, The sensation of surrendering control carries a similar, unsettling calm. Someone nearby cracks a joke about how, even the radiator sounds nicer now. And you can't help a small, soft laugh. Another adds that time seems to be moving like a buffering video. And for a second the image is almost comical. Life stuck at 10% loaded. Spinning in a little circle. Humor, as always, slips in where it can. A light thread woven through a heavier fabric. You think how, during the Apollo missions, astronauts made dry jokes even as they hurtled through space, using wit to keep the vastness from becoming overwhelming. Different setting, same human instinct. As minutes pass, you notice how perception shifts. The room feels both closer and farther away. The edges of objects slightly blurred, as if someone had softened the focus. This altered sense of time has been noted in many historical accounts of intoxicants. From ancient Greek symposiums to the opium dens of 19th-century China. A detail that rarely gets attention is how writers of those eras often described the effect in terms of texture, time becoming thick, or sticky, or slow like honey. You find yourself reaching for similar metaphors, because ordinary language seems a bit too rigid for what you're feeling. Yet even in this cocoon of sensation, reality doesn't disappear entirely. A part of you remains an observer, filing away impressions, aware that this calm has a cost that isn't immediately visible. It's like standing on a frozen lake in early winter. The surface looks solid, inviting even, but you can hear faint creaks underneath. The comparison brings to mind the ill-fated Franklin expedition in the Arctic, where explorers trusted the ice and their preparations, only to discover too late how fragile their situation really was. The lesson, often repeated in history books, is that environments can be deceivingly gentle right up until they're not. You notice small physical details now, the slight dryness in your mouth, the way your fingers feel a touch heavier than before. Nothing dramatic, just subtle hints, like the first lines in a weather forecast that later turns into a storm warning. A lesser-known medical observation, recorded decades ago in early pharmacological studies, is how initial comfort can mask underlying stress on the body, delaying the perception of harm. It's the biological equivalent of a polite guest who smiles while quietly rearranging your furniture. Around you, conversation drifts, looping lazily from topic to topic. Someone mentions a football match from years ago. Another recalls a childhood memory. And the stories float by like clouds. It's oddly peaceful. And you can see how easily one might want to stay in this state. To linger where the edges of worry are blurred. You might even think, with a touch of irony, that if relaxation were a sport, this would feel like winning gold, no training required. Just the right, or perhaps wrong, shortcut. But beneath the calm, questions stir. How long will this last? What happens when it fades? You remember how, after the introduction of new medicines in the past, society often needed years to understand their full impact. Cocaine, once an ingredient in tonics and even soft drinks, was praised before its dangers were fully acknowledged. The pattern is familiar: enthusiasm first, caution later. Here, too, the timeline is still unfolding, and the long view is not yet clear. This is where the historians' voices return. Faint but persistent, historians still debate about the precise moment when curiosity tips into dependence. when a single choice becomes part of a larger pattern, and how much of that shift is driven by individual psychology versus social circumstance. They sift through personal accounts, medical records, and policy changes, trying to map a line that, in lived experience, rarely feels straight. As the warmth begins to ebb just slightly, you sense that this moment, this first, quiet crossing of an invisible threshold, will echo forward. It's not marked by fireworks or alarms, only by a subtle change in how the world feels against your skin and behind your eyes. You might think, gently and with a hint of wry humor, that history often turns on such unremarkable hinges, the kind you don't notice until the door has already swung open. The room remains dim, the hum of electricity steady, the night outside pressing softly against the windows. You breathe, slow and even, aware that you've stepped into a new phase of the story, one where sensation and consequence will gradually begin to intertwine. For now, though, the calm lingers, like the last note of a song held just a second longer than expected, inviting you to listen closely before it fades. The calm doesn't vanish all at once, it thins, like fog lifting from a river at dawn, revealing shapes you hadn't noticed before. You become aware of your own body again, not in any dramatic way, but through small signals, the way your shoulders settle, the way your breathing finds a slower, steadier rhythm. It's a gentle return, like coming out of a long, warm bath and feeling the cooler air touch your skin. History is full of moments like this, when an initial wave of enthusiasm recedes and leaves behind questions. Think of the first public screenings of motion pictures in the 1890s. Audiences were dazzled, even startled, and then, as the novelty wore off, they began to notice the strain on their eyes, the flicker, the headaches. Wonder gave way to a more complicated awareness. You sense a faint tiredness, not unpleasant, just a soft heaviness, as if the day had been longer than you remembered. It's the kind of fatigue that makes you want to sit rather than stand, to listen rather than speak. In your mind, it feels similar to the way people describe the aftermath of early long-distance train travel, marveling at the speed, then quietly acknowledging the strange weariness that followed. A new kind of exhaustion brought on by a new kind of experience. Progress, sensation, relief, they all have their aftershadows. Around you, the room seems to exhale. Conversations grow slower, words stretching out, pauses lengthening between sentences. Someone mentions that their hands feel oddly distant, as if they belong to someone else for a moment, and another replies with a half-joke about having borrowed someone else's gloves. The humor is light, a little awkward, but it does its job, smoothing over the unease that might otherwise creep in. You think of how, during the early days of radio, listeners sometimes complained of feeling strangely disconnected, as if voices from far away had made their own living rooms feel unfamiliar. New sensations often come with this subtle disorientation. A lesser-known detail from medical history surfaces in your thoughts. In the 19th century, when ether and chloroform were first widely used, physicians carefully noted not just the loss of pain, but the peculiar, lingering sensations patients reported afterward: dreamlike states, heaviness, a sense of time having folded in on itself. Those observations were among the first to suggest that relief and alteration of perception were not simple on-off switches, but gradients, fading in and out like colors at sunset. You feel that gradient now. The way the sharp edges of earlier intensity soften into something more muted. There's also a faint awareness of your pulse. Steady but a touch more insistent than before. Like a metronome reminding a musician to keep time. It's not alarming, just noticeable. The way you might suddenly become aware of your heartbeat after climbing a flight of stairs. The body, quietly diligent, continues its work, adjusting, compensating, maintaining balance even as conditions change. You're reminded of how, during the great voyages of the Age of Sail, sailors' bodies had to adapt to constant motion, leading to new understandings of seasickness and equilibrium. Adaptation, whether to rolling waves or shifting chemistry, is one of the body's oldest skills. Your senses, too, seem to recalibrate. Sounds that were once softened now regain their clarity, the distant hum of traffic, the tick of a clock, the faint hiss of air moving through a vent. It's as if someone has slowly turned the focus ring on a camera, bringing the world back into sharper view. You notice textures again, the fabric of a chair, the coolness of a wall, the subtle vibration of the floor when a vehicle passes outside. These small details anchor you, gently but firmly, to the present. In the background of your thoughts, a historical parallel unfolds. After the introduction of strong painkillers in battlefield medicine during the Napoleonic Wars, surgeons observed that soldiers often felt an initial sense of invulnerability, followed by a quieter, more reflective phase in which the body seemed to remember itself. Diaries from that period speak of a strange calm, tinged with fatigue, as if the nervous system were slowly reasserting its usual patterns. The accounts are sparse, easily overlooked, but they echo the rhythm you're feeling now: intensity, then ebb, then a settling. There's a moment when someone remarks that time feels a little stretchy, and another laughs, saying it's like waiting for a kettle to boil. Sure, it's taking forever. Even though it's only been a few minutes. The comparison is mundane, almost cozy, and that's what makes it effective. It pulls the extraordinary back into the realm of the everyday, reminding you that, at least on the surface, life continues in familiar ways. Jokes like these are small anchors, thrown out to keep everyone oriented. Yet, beneath the lightness, a quiet question forms. Is this what normal will feel like now? Or is this just a temporary settling? A pause before the next shift? It's the same question societies have asked after every major change. After the end of World War II, people spoke of returning to normal, only to discover that normal itself had been transformed. Here, too, the idea of a stable baseline feels uncertain, as if the ground is subtly, imperceptibly tilting. A rarely discussed aspect of early exposure to powerful substances is how memory of the experience can become as influential as the experience itself. Long before neuroscience had the tools to map it, observers noted that anticipation and recollection could trigger echoes of sensation, like a melody that plays in your head even after the music stops. It's a phenomenon poets have written about for centuries, the way the mind can revisit a feeling and almost recreate it. That echo, soft and insistent, lingers now, not as a command, but as a possibility. The historians, in their distant offices and archives, would later pore over patterns like these, trying to identify the point at which repetition becomes expectation. and expectation quietly turns into need. Historians still debate about how much of that transition is rooted in biology and how much in environment. Whether it's the chemistry itself or the context, the cold, the scarcity, the social bonds, that tips the balance. Their arguments, precise and measured, contrast sharply with the lived reality, which feels anything but theoretical. As you sit with this gentle afterwave, the world feels both familiar and slightly altered, like a room rearranged by just a few inches. Nothing is out of place enough to alarm you, yet everything is just different enough to be noticed. You might think, with a soft, self-aware smile, that it's like updating your phone's operating system. The interface looks the same, but something under the surface has changed, and you're not entirely sure what yet. The night outside remains steady, snow or rain tapping lightly against windows, street lights casting pale circles on the pavement. Inside, the air is warm, the mood subdued. You're aware that this gentle lull is part of a larger rhythm, one that will rise and fall again. For now, though, the moment holds you in a quiet balance, a pause between what was and what will be, where the body is finding its footing and the mind is learning, slowly and subtly, what this new chapter feels like. As time slides forward, you begin to notice changes that are less about mood and more about surface. The way weather first announces itself on the skin before the sky fully commits. It's subtle at first, the kind of thing you might blame on dry winter air or a long night without enough sleep. Your hands look a little paler in the harsh light, your knuckles catching shadows in a way they didn't yesterday. You rub them together, half expecting warmth to fix everything, the way you would after coming in from the cold. For a moment, it almost does. History offers a quiet parallel here. During long polar expeditions in the 19th century, explorers like Fridtjof Nansen and Robert Falcon Scott wrote in their journals about how their skin changed in the extreme climate, cracking, paling, toughening, long before more serious symptoms of exposure appeared. Those early signs were easy to dismiss, filed under just the cold, until they proved to be the body's first line of communication. You're reminded that the skin, our largest organ, is also our most talkative. Even when it whispers, you catch sight of yourself in a mirror or a dark window, and there's a moment of mild surprise, as if the reflection is slightly out of sync with how you feel inside. The tone seems uneven, the texture not quite what you remember. Nothing dramatic, nothing you'd call alarming, but enough to make you look twice. It's like noticing that an old photograph has faded at the edges, colors shifting with time. You might joke, lightly, that the lighting is terrible, or that you really need a better moisturizer because humor, as always, is a convenient shield. A lesser-known medical detail, often buried in early 20th century dermatology texts, is how quickly the skin can reflect changes in circulation and tissue health, sometimes long before deeper issues are obvious. Physicians studying frostbite, for example, learned that color and texture shifts could be early indicators, long before pain or numbness set in. Those observations, quiet and methodical, built the foundation for understanding how surface signs can hint at deeper processes. You become more aware of temperature now, of how cool air feels sharper against certain spots, how warmth lingers unevenly. It's a bit like sitting too close to a campfire. One side of you feels cozy, The other oddly chilled. The comparison brings to mind soldiers in World War II, stationed on the Eastern Front, who wrote about the strange patchwork of sensations in extreme cold, one hand burning, the other numb, both belonging to the same body. The human nervous system, it turns out, can send mixed messages when under strain. Around you, people notice similar things and comment in passing. Someone mentions their skin feels tight, like a glove that shrank in the wash. Another laughs and says winter is clearly winning this year. And a third adds that at least it's an excuse to wear long sleeves. The banter is gentle, almost cozy, like complaining about the weather while waiting for a bus. You might smile at how easily serious signals are wrapped in everyday language. The way a thunderstorm can be described as a bit of rain until the first loud crack of lightning. There's an odd visual quality to the changes, too, a modeling of light and shadow that seems to shift as you move. It reminds you of old maps, the kind explorers used, where coastlines were drawn with uncertain lines and shaded areas marked, "Here be dragons." Not because anything monstrous is present, but because the territory feels newly unfamiliar. You're charting a landscape that belongs to you, yet doesn't quite behave the way you expect. From a historical perspective, this focus on outward signs has long guided diagnosis. In ancient Greece, Hippocratic physicians placed great emphasis on complexion and skin tone, believing they reflected the balance of internal humors. While their theories were flawed, their instinct to read the body's surface as a kind of map was remarkably perceptive. You feel, in a small way, like a subject in one of those early examinations, observing and being observed, trying to interpret what the surface might be saying about what lies beneath. A faint sensitivity creeps in, the sort that makes you adjust your posture or rub an arm absent-mindedly. It's not pain, more a heightened awareness, as if the volume on tactile sensation has been turned up a notch. You might compare it to the feeling after spending too long in the sun, nothing dramatic. Just a reminder that the body keeps track of its experiences even when the mind is focused elsewhere. The thought brings a soft, ironic smile. You've barely gone anywhere, yet your body is acting like it's returned from a long, demanding trip. This is where the broader story begins to echo through individual experience. In the same way that industrial pollution in the 19th century first revealed itself through soot-stained skin and clothing before the full health impacts were understood. These small, visible changes are early signals in a much larger narrative. They're easy to overlook, easy to rationalize, but they're part of a pattern that, in hindsight, will seem obvious. You find yourself wondering, in a quiet, almost academic way, how many such signs people in the past noticed and dismissed. Sailors ignored early scurvy symptoms as simple fatigue until citrus proved its worth. Factory workers shrugged off coughs until black lung became a recognized condition. In each case, the body spoke first, and understanding came later. It's a familiar rhythm, whisper, then conversation, then, if no one listens, a shout. The historians, looking back from their future vantage point, would try to pinpoint when these surface changes began to be documented and taken seriously. They would sift through medical records, personal diaries, and clinical notes, arguing over timelines and terminology. Historians still debate about the extent to which early physical signs influenced public awareness. and whether more attention to them might have altered the course of events. For now, though, you're simply here, in this moment of noticing. The air is cool, the light is soft, and your skin feels like a sensitive instrument, picking up on subtle shifts. You adjust a sleeve, rub your hands together again, and tell yourself it's probably just the season, or the lighting, or a long day. The explanation is comforting, ordinary, and therefore easy to accept. As the scene settles, you carry with you the image of small changes, barely visible yet quietly persistent. Like the first frost on a window pane. They don't block the view. Not yet, but they hint that something in the environment has shifted, and that the story, gently but inexorably, is moving into a new phase. You find yourself moving through spaces that feel increasingly institutional. The kind of places where the air carries a faint, persistent scent of antiseptic and the lighting is always a little too bright for comfort. Long corridors stretch ahead, their polished floors reflecting shapes and shadows like shallow pools of water. This is the world of clinics and hospitals, where the private experiences of individuals become patterns that professionals try to read. It's a setting that has hosted countless turning points in history. From the first public demonstrations of vaccination in the 18th century to the hurried triage tents of the 1918 influenza pandemic. In each case, crowded wards and overworked staff became the front lines of understanding something new and unsettling. You sit in a waiting area, listening to the low murmur of conversations and the distant beeping of machines. Time seems to move differently here, measured not by clocks so much as by the rhythm of footsteps and the soft call of names. You notice how many people share the same quiet, guarded expressions, the kind that suggest they're holding questions they're not quite ready to voice. It's like being in an airport during a storm delay, everyone technically in the same place, yet each carrying a different destination in mind. A doctor passes by, leafing through a file with the focused efficiency of someone who has learned to read between the lines. You think of the early days of X-ray technology, when Wilhelm Röntgen's discovery in 1895 suddenly allowed physicians to see inside the body without a single incision. Back then, hospitals buzzed with a similar mix of awe and uncertainty, as practitioners learned to interpret shadows on a screen and translate them into diagnoses. Now, too, there's a sense that the tools and the knowledge are racing to keep up with what they're being asked to confront. There's a lesser-known detail from medical history that echoes here, in the mid-20th century. When antibiotics first became widely available, doctors noticed that new patterns of resistance and side effects emerged almost as quickly as the cures themselves. Journals from that period are filled with careful notes, cautious optimism, and a growing awareness that every solution could carry unintended consequences. It's a reminder that medicine is always, in some way, a dialogue with the unknown, a process of learning that unfolds in real time. You overhear snippets of conversation, terms spoken softly, comparisons made, questions about duration and intensity. The language is precise, yet the tone is human, threaded with concern and a kind of professional patience. Someone jokes, quietly, that the coffee in the staff room is strong enough to qualify as a controlled substance itself. And for a moment the tension lifts. Even in serious places, humor finds a way to stretch its legs. Like a cat wandering into a meeting and reminding everyone that life in all its oddness, is still happening. As you're examined, the focus returns to those surface changes you noticed earlier, now viewed through a more clinical lens. Instruments are cool against your skin, and the light is adjusted, angled to reveal subtle variations in color and texture. It's a careful, methodical process, reminiscent of the way early naturalists catalogued plants and animals during the great scientific expeditions of the 18th and 19th centuries. They, too, looked for patterns, for small differences that might signal a larger classification, a deeper understanding. One rarely mentioned aspect of such clinical moments is how much depends on comparison. Doctors don't just look at what is, they look at what was. At baseline states and gradual shifts. In the same way that astronomers detect distant planets by observing tiny wobbles in a star's light, clinicians notice change by measuring it against memory and record. It's a subtle art, and one that requires both precision and intuition. The atmosphere carries a quiet urgency, not the kind that rushes, but the kind that leans forward, attentive, as if listening for a faint sound. You might compare it to the early days of radar in World War II, when operators stared at screens, learning to distinguish between meaningful blips and harmless noise. Every signal mattered, but not every signal meant the same thing. Interpretation was everything. In conversations between staff, you catch hints of uncertainty. There are protocols, of course, and established treatments, but there's also the recognition that not everything fits neatly into existing categories. It's in these moments that the larger questions begin to surface, the ones that will later occupy conference halls and academic journals. Historians still debate about how quickly medical institutions can adapt to emerging patterns, and whether early warnings are always recognized for what they are or only fully understood in hindsight. You're aware, too, of the human side of this environment, the way a nurse offers a reassuring smile, the way a doctor explains something twice, just to be sure it's clear. These small gestures carry a weight that statistics and charts can't capture. During the early years of the polio epidemic, similar scenes played out in hospitals around the world: anxious families, diligent staff, and a collective effort to bring clarity to a situation that was, at first, deeply confusing. A soft announcement echoes down the corridor, and the waiting room shifts. People standing, sitting, gathering their coats and thoughts. The movement is gentle, almost choreographed, like a slow dance, you might think, with a touch of dry humor. That if patience were an Olympic sport, hospital waiting rooms would produce a lot of quiet gold medalists. As you prepare to leave this space, the sense of being part of something larger settles in. Individual stories are intersecting here, forming a pattern that no single person can fully see. The clinicians are mapping it as best they can, one observation at a time, while the broader implications are still unfolding, like a photograph slowly developing in a darkroom. You step back into the cooler air outside, the brightness dimming, the world regaining its softer edges. The experience lingers, not as a conclusion, but as a marker, a point along the path where private sensation meets public knowledge. The hum of the building fades behind you, replaced by the steady rhythm of the city, and you carry with you the quiet understanding that this chapter, like so many in history, is being written simultaneously in exam rooms and in the lives that pass through them. You step back into the flow of the city. And the air feels heavier now. As if it's carrying stories along with exhaust and snow. The hospital corridors are behind you. But their quiet intensity follows like an afterimage. You begin to connect what you've felt and seen to a much longer arc of human history. One that stretches back to moments when societies first realized they were facing something bigger than individual choices. A familiar landmark in that arc is the 19th-century Opium Wars. When entire empires grappled with the consequences of a substance that promised relief and revenue but delivered dependence and upheaval. Those conflicts reshaped trade, politics, and public health, reminding the world that chemistry and history are often uneasy partners. As you walk, you think about how patterns repeat, even when the settings change. In Victorian London, doctors and reformers wrote about the spread of laudanum, an opium-based medicine sold in small bottles at corner shops. It was legal, common, and trusted, until its darker effects became impossible to ignore. A lesser-known detail from that period is how many middle-class households kept it in their cabinets, using it for everything from coughs to teething pains, unaware that it was quietly reshaping lives. The substance itself was not new, but the scale of its reach was, and that scale changed how society had to respond. Here, in your present moment, the scale is different, but the rhythm feels familiar. You sense how a homemade solution, born of scarcity and ingenuity, begins to ripple outward, touching not just individuals but communities and institutions. It's like watching a small crack in ice slowly widen, not with a dramatic snap, but with a series of soft, almost polite sounds. You might even joke, lightly, that history seems to prefer subtlety over special effects, choosing creaks and whispers instead of cinematic explosions. There's a growing awareness among professionals, too, that what they're seeing isn't isolated. Case notes begin to echo one another, and conferences include cautious discussions of trends. This recalls the early days of the HIV/AIDS crisis in the late 20th century. When doctors first noticed clusters of unusual illnesses and struggled to understand their connection. Back then, as now, the challenge was not just medical but social. How to speak about a problem that carried stigma, fear, and a great deal of uncertainty. You find yourself thinking about how language shapes perception. Terms are chosen carefully, sometimes to avoid panic, sometimes to avoid blame. In the early 1900s, tuberculosis was often called consumption, a word that described the visible wasting of the body but said little about its cause. Only later, with the work of scientists like Robert Koch, did a clearer understanding and a clearer vocabulary emerge. The names we give things can both reveal and conceal. And you sense that the words being used now are still searching for the right balance. A quiet, almost academic curiosity stirs in you. How did societies in the past decide when a problem was big enough to demand collective action? During the cholera outbreaks of the 19th century, it took years of debate and observation before public sanitation reforms were widely accepted. A rarely mentioned fact is how controversial those measures were at first, with some communities resisting changes to water systems because they challenged long-held beliefs. Progress, it seems, often arrives after a period of doubt and disagreement. You notice, too, the role of storytelling, newspapers, television, And now the internet frame events in ways that can amplify fear or foster understanding. In the 1930s, radio broadcasts brought news of economic hardship into living rooms, shaping public mood during the Great Depression. Today, headlines and online discussions perform a similar function, though at a much faster pace. You might smile at the thought that if rumors had hashtags in earlier centuries, history books would look very different. As these parallels unfold in your mind, a familiar phrase surfaces, one that scholars return to again and again. Historians still debate about the precise moment when awareness turns into action. When scattered observations coalesce into a recognized crisis. Was it a particular report, a policy change, a public outcry, or simply the slow accumulation of undeniable evidence? The arguments fill pages and lectures. But the lived experience is often quieter, made up of small realizations and private reckonings. You pause near a window, watching people move along the street below, each wrapped in their own routine. It's easy to forget, in such ordinary scenes, that larger forces are at work. That's another gentle irony of history. Its most significant shifts often unfold beneath the surface of daily life. Like tectonic plates moving under calm seas. You might even chuckle softly at how the planet itself prefers to keep its drama subtle until it absolutely cannot. There's a sense now of standing at a crossroads. Not just personally but collectively. The knowledge is forming, the comparisons are being made, and the questions are growing sharper. Yet everything still feels suspended, as if the world is holding its breath between one understanding and the next. You think of the moment just before a conductor brings an orchestra back in after a long, quiet passage, hands raised, silence thick, anticipation humming. The city's sounds drift up to you, a distant siren, footsteps on pavement, the low murmur of conversation. They blend into a steady backdrop, comforting in their familiarity, and in that familiarity, you recognize another historical constant. Life goes on, even as it changes, even as it absorbs new challenges and tries, slowly, to make sense of them. You take a slow breath, letting these thoughts settle. The past and the present feel braided together, each illuminating the other, and as you continue along your path, you carry with you the quiet understanding that what you're witnessing is part of a much longer story. One that humanity has been telling, in different forms, for centuries, always searching for balance between relief and risk, between hope and caution, and between the lessons of yesterday and the uncertainties of tomorrow. You begin to notice how the story changes once it reaches paper and screens. How lived experience is flattened into columns of ink and blocks of light. Headlines flicker past in kiosks and on televisions mounted high in cafes. Their fonts bold, their phrasing urgent, they promise clarity, yet often deliver only fragments. Like looking at a landscape through a keyhole. This is the moment when private struggles become public narrative. When individual names and faces blur into statistics and labels. History has seen this transformation many times. Think of the yellow journalism of the late 19th century. When sensational headlines about the sinking of the USS Maine helped push nations toward war. The event itself was complex and contested, but the way it was reported simplified it into a rallying cry, shaping public feeling as much as any official statement. Here, too, the tone of reporting carries weight. Words like epidemic, crisis, and mystery appear, each one a small spark meant to catch attention. You sense how easily nuance is lost in the race to be first, to be striking, to be remembered. It's a bit like trying to summarize a long, subtle novel in a single sentence. Inevitably, something important gets left out. You might even smile wryly and think that if history had a comment section, it would be very long and very loud. A photograph catches your eye, a street scene, people bundled in coats, a hospital entrance in the background. The caption is brief, almost too brief, reducing a complex human moment to a line or two. This recalls the early days of photojournalism during the Great Depression, when images of breadlines and migrant families, like Dorothea Lange's famous migrant mother, brought distant suffering into living rooms. A lesser-known fact is that many of those photographs were carefully staged or cropped to convey a particular message, reminding us that even documentary images are shaped by choices and perspectives. You read an article that tries to explain the chemistry in simple terms, translating technical language into metaphors. It compares reactions to cooking, to rust forming on iron, to batteries running down. The effort is well-meaning, but you can feel the gaps, the places where precision gives way to accessibility. It's reminiscent of how, in the early days of nuclear physics, newspapers described atomic reactions as splitting like a log with an axe. An image that helped the public grasp the idea but obscured the true scale and complexity of what was happening. Simplification is a bridge, but it's also a filter. Voices of authority appear, doctors, officials, researchers, quoted in neat lines. Some sound cautious, others more confident, and the contrast itself becomes a story. You're reminded of the 1970s debates over the safety of certain medications, when expert opinions varied widely and the public struggled to know whom to trust. A rarely mentioned detail from that era is how much internal disagreement existed within institutions. Even when the outward message seemed unified, behind every polished statement was a room full of discussion, doubt, and revision. Then there are the human interest pieces. Profiles of individuals, told with empathy and just enough detail to make them relatable, but not enough to capture the full texture of their lives. You follow one such story, noticing how the narrative arc is shaped: introduction, struggle, a hint of hope or warning at the end. It feels almost scripted, like a short story rather than a report. You might think, gently, that if life had an editor, it would probably complain that reality is too messy and ask for a clearer plot. The spread of these stories has its own rhythm. In the past, news traveled by telegraph and newspaper, taking days or weeks to cross borders. Now it moves in minutes, sometimes seconds, looping back on itself through broadcasts and online reposts. This acceleration recalls the introduction of the printing press in the 15th century, when information suddenly leapt beyond the pace of handwritten manuscripts. A lesser-known consequence of that revolution was the rapid spread of both scientific ideas and rumors, forcing societies to learn, for the first time, how to live with information overload. The challenge feels familiar now, just multiplied. You notice how certain phrases repeat, becoming almost a chorus. Authorities are monitoring the situation. More research is needed. The long-term effects remain unclear. These lines offer reassurance and uncertainty in the same breath. It's like listening to a weather forecast that promises sunshine but keeps one eye on the clouds. The language is careful, calibrated, yet it leaves space for interpretation. And interpretation, as history shows, is where anxiety and speculation often bloom. In coffee shops and on public transport, you overhear people discussing what they've read. Some quote articles confidently, others half remember details, filling in gaps with their own assumptions. It's a scene that could have taken place in 17th century London. When pamphlets about the Great Plague were read aloud in taverns, debated, misquoted, and argued over, a small, intriguing fact from that time is how certain rumors spread faster than official bulletins, shaping behavior in ways that authorities struggled to control. Information, once released, develops a life of its own. You reflect on how statistics are presented. Numbers can be comforting in their precision, yet also abstract, turning lived experience into charts and percentages. During the early years of the space race, casualty figures from test flights were often buried in technical reports, while the triumphant launches made front-page news. The balance between celebrating progress and acknowledging cost has always been delicate. Here, too, the way figures are framed influences whether the public feels alarmed, resigned, or cautiously optimistic. A column discusses possible policy responses. Drawing on historical analogies, it mentions past public health campaigns, regulations, and education efforts, suggesting that lessons can be learned. The tone is measured, almost scholarly, and you appreciate the attempt to connect present challenges with past solutions. Yet even as you read, you sense that the situation is still evolving, that any comparison is provisional. It's like using an old map to navigate a city that's still under construction, helpful, but not definitive. The phrase returns, woven into an analysis piece. Historians still debate about how media coverage shapes the trajectory of social crises, whether it accelerates understanding or amplifies fear, and how the balance between awareness and sensationalism can tip in either direction. They examine archives, track headlines, and compare public reactions across eras, from cholera outbreaks to financial crashes, searching for patterns in how stories influence outcomes. As you fold the paper or switch off the screen, the noise of reporting fades, but its echo remains. You're aware that these stories will continue to circulate, to be discussed, to evolve. They will inform policy, shape opinion, and, in subtle ways, influence personal choices. It's a reminder that history is not only written by those who live it, but also by those who tell it. Frame by frame, word by word. You take a moment to breathe, letting the information settle like dust after a flurry of movement. The city continues its steady rhythm around you, indifferent to headlines, yet quietly shaped by them. And you carry with you the understanding that in this age, as in every age, the way a story is told can be almost as powerful as the story itself, guiding attention, stirring emotion, and leaving its own imprint on the long, unfolding record of human experience. You move from headlines to the quieter realm of footnotes and sidebars, the places where details hide like shy guests at a crowded party. This is where the chemistry steps forward, not as a recipe, but as a set of consequences. A story told by tissues and timelines rather than by steps and measurements. It reminds you of how, After the discovery of penicillin during World War II, doctors quickly celebrated its life-saving power, only later uncovering the subtler issues of resistance and side effects. The main story was heroic and simple, the deeper story, complex and full of caveats, took years to unfold. Here, too, there's a layer beneath the obvious. A set of factors that don't always make the evening news. You learn that the real trouble often comes not from the primary substance itself, but from the companions it brings along, the byproducts and impurities that travel quietly, like uninvited plus ones to a formal dinner. It's a bit like ordering a perfectly nice sandwich and discovering, halfway through, that someone slipped in an ingredient you're mildly allergic to. Not enough to cause instant drama, perhaps, but enough to make your body raise an eyebrow. A lesser-known historical parallel surfaces from the early days of industrial chemistry in the 19th century. When synthetic dyes first became popular, they were celebrated for their vibrant colors. Yet few people realized that some of the byproducts used in their manufacture were toxic. Factory workers noticed skin and respiratory problems long before regulations caught up. The color was the headline. The chemistry in the shadows told the real story. In much the same way, the visible effects you've noticed are only the surface expression of deeper interactions happening out of sight. You imagine the body as a busy city. Its systems like roads and power lines, each one carrying signals and supplies. When something new enters that network, it doesn't just occupy a single street, it detours traffic, strains intersections, and occasionally causes a little congestion. Nothing explodes, nothing collapses dramatically, but the flow changes. You might chuckle softly at the thought that even your cells are dealing with rush hour. Honking politely and muttering, "Who authorized this construction project?" Scientists describe how certain substances can affect blood flow and tissue health, sometimes in ways that aren't immediately obvious. It's not a sudden blackout, more like a series of dimmed lights in different rooms. A little less warmth here, a little less oxygen there. The analogy brings to mind the Great Blackout of New York City in 1977. When a cascade of small failures led to a citywide outage, the initial problem was localized, but the system's interconnectedness allowed it to spread. In the body, too, small disruptions can ripple outward, quietly and gradually. In medical journals, there are notes about how the immune system responds, how inflammation can become a chronic, low-level hum rather than a sharp alarm. This kind of response has been observed in many contexts, from long-term exposure to air pollution to the lingering effects of certain infections. A rarely mentioned fact is that during the early studies of occupational lung diseases, doctors often underestimated the cumulative impact of minor, repeated irritations, focusing instead on dramatic, acute symptoms. It took decades to appreciate how the slow and subtle could be just as significant as the sudden and severe. You feel this knowledge not as fear, but as a growing awareness. Like realizing that a once familiar path has developed small cracks that weren't there before. You can still walk on it, still recognize it, but you're more careful where you place your feet. Someone nearby makes a dry joke about how their body now seems to require more maintenance than an old car, and another replies that at least there's no annual inspection sticker to worry about. The laughter is gentle, the kind that acknowledges concern without letting it take over. There's also a sense of time stretching, of processes that don't announce themselves loudly. It's similar to how historians look back at the build-up to major events like the French Revolution. For years, there were small economic pressures, social tensions, and political missteps, none of which alone seemed catastrophic. Only in retrospect did they line up into a clear chain of cause and effect. In the body, too, cause and effect can be separated by weeks, months, even years, making the connection harder to see in the moment. As you absorb these quieter truths, you become aware of how much interpretation is involved. Lab results, clinical observations, and personal accounts must all be woven together into a coherent picture. It's a bit like assembling a jigsaw puzzle when you don't yet have the box lid to show you the final image. You fit a few pieces, admire the progress, and then realize there are many more still face down on the table. You might smile at the thought that science, like puzzle solving, requires patience, good lighting, and the occasional deep breath. In discussions among experts, the phrase surfaces again, steady and thoughtful. Historians still debate about how early chemical and biological signals are recognized and prioritized, and whether societies tend to focus too much on dramatic outcomes while overlooking the slow, accumulating ones. They compare timelines, study policy responses, and argue about thresholds. When does minor become significant, and who decides? For you, standing in this moment, the information settles like a soft blanket. Not heavy, but warm with understanding. You're not being overwhelmed with alarms. Only gently reminded that every system, whether a city or a body, has limits and tolerances. You might even think, with a touch of humor, that if your cells could file a complaint, it would be written in very polite language. Something like, "Dear Sir or Madam, we have noticed a few irregularities and would appreciate your attention at your earliest convenience." The night continues its quiet work around you. Streetlights glow, conversations drift, and somewhere a clock marks the steady passage of minutes. In this calm, you hold the awareness that beneath the surface of sensation and story, there's a complex choreography unfolding, one that will take time to fully understand. And as you move on, you carry with you the sense that knowledge, like history itself, often advances not in dramatic leaps, but in careful, almost whispered steps. You begin to notice how the world around you narrows, not in space but in social distance. The way circles of interaction tighten like the rings of a tree. Friends become fewer, conversations shorter, invitations less frequent. It's not that anyone has turned unkind, it's more that rhythms no longer line up. Like trying to clap along to a song when you're half a beat behind. History has recorded similar patterns in times of quiet upheaval. During the Industrial Revolution, for instance, when factory shifts replaced village routines, social lives subtly reorganized. People still lived close together, yet their days no longer synchronized, and the sense of community thinned before anyone quite realized why. You feel that thinning now. Meetings happen, but they're often brief, practical, and wrapped in polite concern. You sense questions hovering just beneath the surface, the kind that don't always get asked directly. It reminds you of the early years of the Cold War, when neighbors still greeted each other, but conversations sometimes carried an extra layer of caution, an unspoken awareness that not everything needed to be said out loud. The atmosphere was cordial, yet careful, and that same carefulness seems to color interactions here. A rarely mentioned sociological detail from those years is how informal networks, coffee breaks, shared walks, small gatherings, became crucial spaces for exchanging reassurance and information. Official channels delivered speeches and policies. But it was the quiet, everyday connections that helped people make sense of uncertainty. You notice a similar pattern now, a brief chat on a stairwell, a message sent late at night, a shared joke that says, "I see you," without needing to explain much more. You find yourself more often in these in-between spaces, neither fully alone nor fully surrounded. And your senses become attuned to subtle cues. A pause in someone's voice. A glance that lingers a second too long. The way a room seems to hold its breath when a certain topic comes up. It's like listening to a piece of music where the rests are as important as the notes. You might even think, with a gentle smile, that silence has developed its own accent. And you're slowly learning to understand it. There's comfort, too, in routine. You cling to small, familiar anchors, the same cafe, the same path, the same time of day for certain tasks. During the siege of Leningrad in World War II, diaries reveal how people held onto daily rituals, tea at a set hour, a short walk, a few pages of a book, not because they changed the larger situation, but because they preserved a sense of self within it. The scale here is different, of course, but the instinct is the same. When the broader picture feels uncertain, the familiar becomes a lifeline. In these routines, humor continues to surface, light and self-aware. You joke about becoming a regular somewhere you never planned to be. Or about how your calendar now looks like it was organized by a very indecisive committee. Someone quips that their social life has been downsized, but at least the overhead is low. And another adds that it's an energy-saving mode for humans. The laughter is soft, the kind that doesn't demand attention but quietly eases the edges of thought. You also notice how support networks adapt. Friends check in, sometimes awkwardly, sometimes with surprising tenderness. The tone is careful but sincere. Like the letters exchanged during long sea voyages in the age of exploration. Messages that took months to arrive. Filled with reassurance and small details of daily life. Meant to bridge vast distances. A lesser-known fact from those journeys is how sailors often carried tiny tokens from home. Bits of ribbon or pressed flowers. To maintain a sense of connection. Today's tokens are words and shared moments. But the purpose is much the same. As you observe these shifting dynamics, a broader question forms. How do communities recognize when a quiet change has become a defining one? In the past, it was often only after the fact that patterns were named and understood. The gradual migration from rural to urban life. The slow spread of new technologies. The subtle reshaping of family structures. All were once just how things are now. Before they became chapters in textbooks. Historians still debate about the point at which such transitions become visible as historical movements rather than just personal adjustments. You feel yourself living inside that in-between phase. Where experience is too immediate to be labeled and too familiar to feel extraordinary. It's like standing inside a photograph before it's developed, aware that an image is forming but unable to see it clearly yet. The world hasn't changed overnight, it has shifted in increments. each one small enough to be absorbed, but together enough to alter the view. Even so, there are moments of warmth, a shared meal, a long conversation that drifts without urgency, a quiet walk where words aren't necessary. These are the places where the story softens, where the human need for connection asserts itself gently but firmly. You might think, with a hint of playful irony, that if history were a long series, these would be the slice of life episodes, less dramatic, but essential for understanding the characters. As the day fades and evening settles, you sense that these social contours, the closeness, the distance, the pauses and the reassurances, are becoming part of your internal map. They guide where you go, whom you see, and how you interpret the spaces between events. The city hums on, lights flicker on in windows, and somewhere a radio plays a familiar tune, grounding the moment in something comfortably ordinary. You take it all in with a quiet attentiveness, aware that this chapter is as much about relationships as it is about chemistry or history. It's about how people orbit one another when circumstances change, how they find new patterns without quite announcing them, and in this gentle, ongoing adjustment, you feel the story continuing, not with a sharp turn, but with a slow, steady curve that carries you forward into whatever comes next. You arrive at a place where the air feels different, not colder or warmer, but heavier with intention. It's the kind of building that has seen many beginnings and just as many attempts at fresh starts. The walls are painted in calming colors that try their best to suggest hope, and the chairs in the common room are arranged in circles, as if conversation itself is meant to be a kind of medicine. This is the world of rehabilitation, of structured routines and careful listening, where people gather not to escape, but to find their way back. History offers a familiar echo. After World War I, thousands of soldiers returned home carrying wounds that were not always visible. The first large-scale rehabilitation programs emerged then, combining physical therapy with what we would now call psychological support. A lesser-known detail is that many of those early centers experimented with art, music, and group discussion long before such methods became standard practice. The idea was simple but profound. Healing was not just about fixing what was broken, but about rebuilding a sense of belonging and purpose. You sit in one of those circles, listening as voices take turns, each story unfolding at its own pace. There's a careful balance between structure and freedom here, rules to provide safety, space to allow honesty. It reminds you of the early days of Alcoholics Anonymous in the 1930s, when small groups met in living rooms and church basements, guided by shared experience rather than formal authority. A rarely mentioned fact from that movement's beginnings is how much trial and error went into shaping its approach. The now familiar steps and traditions were refined over years of listening to what helped and what didn't. The conversations are gentle, sometimes halting, sometimes surprisingly clear. You hear about routines, waking at the same hour, meals taken together, small tasks assigned to give the day a shape. There's comfort in that predictability, like the steady beat of a metronome keeping a musician in time. You might even smile softly at the thought that, for a while, life has become a carefully curated playlist, no sudden tempo changes, no unexpected drops, just a steady rhythm meant to carry everyone forward. Professionals move through the space with quiet attentiveness, They ask questions that are open-ended, the kind that invite reflection rather than demand answers. This approach has roots in the mid-20th century, when therapeutic communities began to emphasize dialogue and mutual support over strict, top-down instruction. A little-known observation from those early programs is how often participants learned as much from one another as from the clinicians. A reminder that experience itself can be a powerful teacher. You notice how the body and the mind are both addressed. There are sessions focused on physical well-being, on sleep, nutrition, and gentle movement, alongside discussions about memory, emotion, and coping. It's an integrated view that would have seemed radical a century earlier. When medicine often treated organs in isolation, the shift toward holistic care mirrors broader historical changes, such as the recognition, after the 1918 influenza pandemic, that recovery involved not just surviving the illness, but rebuilding strength and resilience in its aftermath. Humor, too, finds a place here, light and self-aware. Someone jokes about how their internal clock is finally learning what morning means again. And another adds that coffee has become their new best friend. The laughter is quiet but genuine, like a shared secret. You think of how, even in the most serious settings, field hospitals, research labs, long expeditions, people have always used small jokes to remind themselves that they are still human, still capable of warmth. There's also patience, the kind that stretches time rather than rushing it. Progress is measured in small markers, a full week completed, a conversation that felt easier than the last, a night of uninterrupted rest. It's a contrast to the world outside, where success is often counted in quick wins and visible milestones. You might compare it, with a gentle grin, to watching a plant grow. No dramatic leaps, just a steady, almost imperceptible unfolding. In quiet moments, you reflect on how societies have tried, across eras, to support those seeking change. From ancient healing temples dedicated to Asclepius, where people slept and dreamed as part of their treatment, to modern clinics with carefully designed programs, the goal has remained remarkably consistent: to create spaces where restoration feels possible. A lesser-known aspect of those ancient practices is how communal the experience was, with shared meals and rituals reinforcing the sense that no one was meant to heal alone. The question of what works best is still open to discussion. Different methods, different philosophies, different outcomes, all part of an ongoing conversation. Historians still debate about how rehabilitation models evolve, and whether the most effective approaches arise from scientific discovery, cultural values, or the simple accumulation of shared experience over time. They compare records, trace influences, and argue gently over which elements truly make the difference. As you spend time in this environment, you sense both effort and hope. Not the loud, triumphant kind, but a quieter version, like the first light before sunrise. It's there in the routines, in the conversations, in the way people listen to one another. You might think, with a soft, modern analogy, that it's like updating a complex system, progress bars moving slowly, but steadily, toward completion. The day winds down, lights dim slightly, and the building settles into evening calm. Outside, the city continues its hum. But in here, there's a feeling of pause, of careful gathering of strength. You breathe in, slow and even, aware that this chapter of the story is about rebuilding, about the delicate work of finding balance again. And in that gentle, patient atmosphere, you sense the narrative carrying on, one small, steady step at a time. You step into a room where the air hums not with machines, but with ideas. Whiteboards are crowded with diagrams, arrows, and cautious question marks. Coffee cups sit beside thick folders, their steam rising like little thought clouds. This is where opinions gather and gently collide, where certainty is rare and curiosity is the main currency. It feels a bit like standing in the middle of a university common room during finals week. Everyone is polite. Everyone is tired. And everyone is absolutely convinced they have at least part of the answer. The discussions circle around patterns, causes, timelines. You hear voices comparing notes, not arguing so much as testing the edges of each other's understanding. It reminds you of the famous debates that followed the discovery of germs in the 19th century. When scientists like Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch helped shift medicine from theories of bad air to microscopic organisms. A historical event often cited is the cholera outbreak in London in 1854. When John Snow traced cases to a single water pump, challenging long-held beliefs and sparking fierce professional disagreement before his ideas were finally accepted. Here, too, the question isn't whether something is happening, but how to explain it fully. One group emphasizes circulation and tissue response. Another focuses on immune reactions. A third looks at social and environmental factors. It's like listening to people describe the same city from different neighborhoods, each view accurate, yet incomplete on its own. You might think, with a soft smile, that if the body were a complicated machine, everyone would be peering at a different panel and insisting theirs was the most important set of blinking lights. A lesser-known detail from medical history drifts into your thoughts. When X-rays were first introduced, some doctors believed the images revealed everything that mattered, while others warned that shadow and contrast could mislead as much as they could inform. It took years of refinement and debate to agree on how to read what was, at first, a ghostly and confusing picture. That same caution now colors the room. An awareness that new patterns can be misread if enthusiasm outruns patience. You notice how carefully language is chosen. Words like correlation, association, and causation are handled like fragile glassware. No one wants to imply more than the evidence can support. Yet no one wants to miss an important connection either. It's a balancing act that would be familiar to astronomers debating the nature of distant galaxies or to historians piecing together the causes of the First World War. Where a tangle of alliances, decisions, and accidents resists any single, simple explanation. Someone sketches a timeline, marking when certain signs tend to appear and how they progress. Another adds notes about variability, how no two cases unfold in exactly the same way. This variation recalls the early study of diabetes in the late 19th century, when physicians realized that what seemed like one disease actually had multiple forms and trajectories. A small, often overlooked fact from that period is how long it took to agree on basic classifications, with different clinics using different terms for the same patterns, slowing shared understanding. The mood is serious, but not heavy. There's a gentle collegiality, a sense that everyone is on the same side, even when they disagree. A light joke floats across the table about how the data is shy today, refusing to line up neatly. And someone else quips that if numbers had personalities, these would be the ones that avoided eye contact. The laughter is brief, but it loosens the room, like stretching before a long walk. As the conversation deepens, you hear references to earlier public health debates. The introduction of vaccination in the 18th century, for instance, sparked intense controversy, with some doctors praising its promise and others fearing unforeseen consequences. A rarely mentioned aspect of those early discussions is how personal letters between physicians revealed genuine uncertainty and humility. Even when public statements sounded confident, the process of understanding, it seems, has always been as human as it is scientific. You sense how each perspective adds a layer, like transparent sheets stacked on an overhead projector, gradually forming a clearer image. Yet even as the picture sharpens, its edges remain soft. This is where that familiar phrase returns. Spoken almost as a refrain, historians still debate about how medical consensus forms, how long it should take, and whether caution or speed better serves the public when knowledge is incomplete. The debates echo across centuries. From bloodletting to antibiotics to modern therapies, each era convinced it stands at the threshold of clarity, each later discovering how provisional that clarity was. Outside the room, life continues in its steady rhythm, but in here, time feels slightly slowed, stretched by careful thought. You become aware of how much responsibility rests on interpretation, on choosing which signals matter most and which might be background noise. It's like tuning a radio, turning the dial a fraction at a time, trying to bring a distant station into focus without losing it to static. There's also an undercurrent of cooperation. Data is shared, questions are passed around, and no one guards their insights as private treasure. This collaborative spirit recalls the international effort during the race to map the human genome at the end of the 20th century. When scientists across the world pooled information to achieve what no single lab could manage alone. A small, often forgotten detail from that project is how many informal conversations, emails, late-night calls, conference hallway chats, contributed to breakthroughs as much as formal publications did. You sit with the sense that knowledge is being built in layers, brick by brick, with occasional pauses to check alignment. It's not dramatic, not cinematic, but deeply human. Someone sighs, stretches, and jokes that their brain could use a coffee refill as much as the cups on the table. And another agrees, saying thinking is thirsty work. The room chuckles, the tension softens again, and the work continues. As the session winds down, there's no final verdict, no single statement that ties everything into a neat bow. Instead, there's a shared understanding of progress, incremental, careful, and ongoing. You realize that this, too, is part of the story, not just what is known, but how knowing itself evolves, shaped by dialogue, doubt, and the willingness to listen. You step back from the whiteboards and the quiet murmur of voices, carrying with you the feeling of standing inside a living process. The questions are still there, gently turning, like planets in slow orbit around a growing sun of understanding. And as you move on, you do so with the calm awareness that in both history and medicine, certainty is rarely a starting point. It's a destination approached gradually, by many paths, under a sky of patient, persistent inquiry. The focus shifts, gently but unmistakably, from meeting rooms and charts to living rooms and kitchens, to the places where the day actually begins and ends. You notice how concern travels through families like a low, steady current, rarely loud, often unspoken. It's in the way someone sets an extra plate at the table just in case. Or in how a phone call lasts a little longer than usual. Circling the same simple questions. Did you eat? Did you sleep? Are you warm enough? History has always recorded these quiet gestures alongside its grand events. During the London Blitz of World War II, for instance, while bombs fell and headlines shouted, letters and diaries reveal a parallel story of tea being poured, blankets being shared, and parents trying to keep routines intact for children, as if normality itself were a form of shelter. You feel that instinct now. This desire to wrap the uncertain in something familiar. A family member watches you with a careful kind of attention. Not intrusive, just present, like a lighthouse that doesn't move but makes sure its beam keeps sweeping the water. There's comfort in that steadiness. Even when words are few. You might think, with a soft, wry smile, that if worry were a sport, families would have perfected the art of professional-level concern with amateur-level solutions. A rarely mentioned detail from social history surfaces in your thoughts. In the early days of tuberculosis sanatoriums, visitors often brought small, handmade gifts, scarves, notebooks, bits of embroidery, not because they could cure anything, but because they symbolized continuity. A thread of ordinary life reaching into extraordinary circumstances. Those objects, preserved in some archives, speak of the human need to contribute. Even when the contribution is simply presence. You sense the same impulse here. In the way people offer what they can. Time. Listening. A quiet meal shared. Conversations become careful dances. Topics shift lightly around heavier ones. Like skaters tracing wide arcs to avoid thin ice. There's humor, too, because humor is how many families keep the air breathable. Someone jokes that the household calendar now looks like it's been color-coded by a committee of very anxious planners. And another adds that at least it's more organized than their sock drawer, which is clearly run by chaos. The laughter is gentle. A release valve that hisses softly rather than bursting. You notice how memory plays a role. Stories from earlier generations surface. Comparisons made between now and then. A grandparent might recall rationing during the war, or the long lines during an economic downturn, drawing parallels between past endurance and present uncertainty. These recollections aren't meant to minimize what's happening, but to frame it within a longer continuum of survival and adaptation. It's a way of saying, without quite saying it, we've been through difficult seasons before, and we found our way through. There's also the delicate balance between protecting and respecting. Advice is offered, then quickly softened, as if everyone is aware of how easily concern can tip into control. It reminds you of the early years of child psychology in the 20th century, when experts began to emphasize the importance of autonomy alongside care, recognizing that support works best when it doesn't smother. A lesser-known observation from those studies is how children and adults, too, respond more positively to guidance that feels collaborative rather than imposed. The same principle quietly guides these family interactions now. Even mundane moments take on a slightly different tone. A shared cup of tea feels like a small ceremony. A walk around the block becomes a check-in disguised as exercise. You might chuckle to yourself and think that if overthinking burned calories, everyone here would be in excellent shape by now. Another light comment floats through the room about how the kettle has become the most reliable member of the household. Always ready to help, never asking questions. These small jokes don't solve anything, but they knit the hours together. As you observe these dynamics, the broader historical lens returns. Families have always been the first line of response to change, whether that change came in the form of migration, illness, or shifting social norms. During the great waves of emigration in the 19th century, letters between relatives carried both worry and reassurance across oceans, shaping decisions and sustaining hope. Those correspondences show how personal bonds can influence the course of larger movements, one relationship at a time. And here, too, you sense that what happens within these walls matters beyond them. The ways people support, misunderstand, encourage, or simply sit quietly together all feed into the larger pattern. It's in these small, repeated acts that resilience takes root. You might think, with gentle irony, that history textbooks rarely include chapters titled, "The Power of Sitting Together on the Couch." Yet those moments often do as much to shape outcomes as any policy or proclamation. The familiar refrain surfaces again, woven into your reflections. Historians still debate about the extent to which family and close social networks influence the success of recovery and adaptation, and whether emotional support can alter trajectories as significantly as formal interventions. They examine letters, oral histories, and demographic patterns, trying to trace how private care ripples outward into public consequence. As evening settles, the house grows quieter, lights soften, voices lower, and the day's concerns are folded, for now, into the background. You feel the presence of others like a gentle weight, not heavy, just reassuring, like an extra blanket on a cool night. In that calm, you recognize that this chapter of the story isn't about dramatic turning points or clear resolutions. It's about the steady, often invisible work of caring, of staying, of showing up again and again. And as you breathe in the familiar sense of home, tea, soap, the faint warmth of cooking, you carry with you the sense that, whatever uncertainties lie ahead, this network of quiet attention is part of what will carry you forward. One ordinary, extraordinary day at a time. You begin to see the present through a sepia filter, as if the world has briefly borrowed the color palette of old photographs. The comparisons come naturally now, drifting in like familiar ghosts from history class. You think of the 1920s in the United States, when Prohibition tried to legislate temptation out of existence and instead created a sprawling underground culture of speakeasies, homemade stills, and whispered directions to the place behind the bakery. It was the era of Al Capone and bathtub gin, when a simple glass could carry both glamour and risk. And when society learned, again, that banning a desire doesn't make it vanish, it just teaches it to hide. You imagine those cramped basements where alcohol bubbled in improvised containers, much like the kitchens and backrooms you've already walked through in this story. The tools were different, the era was different, but the human logic feels strikingly similar. Make do with what you have. Trust the recipe passed along by someone who swears it works. And hope the result is kinder than the warnings suggest. You might even smile at the thought that history seems to enjoy remixing its own tracks. Changing the instruments but keeping the same melody. A lesser-known detail from the Prohibition years is how uneven quality was. Not just from one batch to another, but from one neighborhood to the next. Some communities developed reputations for cleaner, homemade spirits, while others were known for brews that were harsh, unpredictable, and sometimes dangerous. Newspapers of the time carried small, easily overlooked columns about mysterious illnesses and strange side effects. Tucked between advertisements and society news. The big story was organized crime and flappers. The quiet story was about chemistry and chance. You sense that same unevenness here. The way experiences can differ widely even when the source seems the same. It's like tuning into a radio station that fades in and out depending on where you stand. One step to the left. The music is clear. One step to the right. It dissolves into static. The body, like an old receiver, picks up signals in its own idiosyncratic way, influenced by environment, history, and 1,000 tiny variables. In the 1930s, when Prohibition finally ended, there was a collective sigh of relief, followed by a slow, careful process of regulation and public education. A small but fascinating fact from that transition is how much effort went into standardizing production. Not just to collect taxes, but to ensure consistency and safety. Labels, inspections, and quality controls were all responses to years of uncertainty about what exactly was in the glass. It was an acknowledgement that unpredictability itself had been one of the great dangers. You reflect on how regulation and access shape behavior, sometimes in ways that aren't immediately obvious. During Prohibition, the scarcity of legal alcohol didn't erase demand, it redirected it. Similarly, when certain resources become hard to obtain, substitutes emerge, carrying their own risks and myths. You might chuckle softly and think that if history had a user manual, one of the first tips would be, humans really don't like being told, never, and they're surprisingly creative about how else. The social atmosphere of the 1920s also offers a gentle parallel. Jazz clubs, late-night gatherings, a sense of living on the edge of something both thrilling and precarious. Diaries from that era reveal a mix of excitement and unease, a feeling that the party might be wonderful, but that the floor could drop out at any moment. You can almost hear the echo of a trumpet in the distance. A playful reminder that even in uncertain times, people find ways to dance. That blend of bravado and vulnerability feels familiar now. There's the outward calm, the jokes, the routines, and beneath them, an awareness that not everything is as simple as it appears. During Prohibition, some dismissed the risks with humor, calling their drinks medicine and toasting to good luck. The language softened the reality. The way a wink can soften a warning. Humor, then as now, was both shield and signpost. As you let these parallels settle, the analytical voice returns, steady and reflective. Historians still debate about how much prohibition and scarcity actually increase harm by driving practices underground, and how much they merely reveal patterns that were already there, waiting for the right conditions. They sift through crime statistics, health records, personal letters, and economic data, trying to untangle cause from correlation, intention from outcome. You realize that what links these eras is not just policy or chemistry, but the human response to constraint, adaptation, improvisation, and the quiet hope that a workaround will be gentle rather than costly. It's a pattern that shows up in many chapters of history, from rationing during wartime to the rise of informal markets during economic crises. Each time, the surface details change, but the underlying rhythm remains. As the comparison fades into the background, it leaves behind a sense of continuity, a reminder that the present is never entirely new, only newly arranged. You breathe in slowly, feeling the story's tempo ease again, and think, with a faint, amused warmth, that humanity has been rehearsing variations of this scene for a very long time, always searching for balance between desire and safety, freedom and structure, and always, in its own imperfect way, learning as it goes. You start to hear the body's messages the way you might notice a quiet instrument in an orchestra, one that had been playing all along but only now rises above the others. It's not an alarm, not a shout, just a series of gentle signals that ask for attention. A stiffness when you stand, a faint ache that lingers longer than it used to, a sense that warmth and cold register a little differently on your skin. These are the kinds of sensations that are easy to explain away. The way sailors once blamed strange compass behavior on bad weather, before realizing they were sailing into waters where magnetism itself behaved oddly. History offers a familiar moment of comparison. During the early years of long-distance aviation in the 1930s, pilots reported subtle changes in perception and reaction time at high altitudes. At first, these were dismissed as fatigue or nerves, until researchers recognized them as signs of oxygen deprivation. The body had been speaking in whispers before science learned how to listen. You feel something similar now, an awareness that the quiet cues matter, even when they don't yet demand immediate action. There's a slight change in how energy moves through you, as if the usual rhythm has adopted a different tempo. Tasks that once felt automatic now require a bit more focus, like walking on a moving walkway that's slow just enough to make you adjust your stride. You might smile gently at the thought that your internal operating system has pushed a small update, and you're still figuring out where the new buttons are. It's not dramatic, just noticeable, the way a familiar song sounds when played in a slightly different key. A lesser-known medical observation comes to mind from the early studies of circulation in the 19th century. Before modern imaging, physicians relied on careful examination of pulse, temperature, and skin color to infer what was happening beneath the surface. Some of those doctors noted that subtle, uneven sensations, cooler fingers, delayed warmth, slight tingling, could indicate shifts in blood flow long before more obvious symptoms appeared. Their notes, tucked into old journals, reveal how much can be learned from paying attention to what feels just a little off. You notice, too, that rest feels different. Sleep comes, but it carries vivid dreams or shallow stretches, as if the mind is busy reorganizing its shelves. This brings to mind the accounts of factory workers in the early days of electrification, who wrote about how the introduction of artificial light altered their sleep patterns. A small, fascinating detail from that period is how people initially blamed themselves for feeling out of sync. not realizing that the environment itself had shifted their internal clocks. The body, once again, was adjusting to new conditions before the language to describe those adjustments fully existed. There's an increased sensitivity to small discomforts, the pressure of a shoe, the chill of a draft, the dryness of air. It's as though the volume knob on sensation has been turned slightly upward. You might think, with a soft, self-aware chuckle, that your nerves have decided to start leaving more detailed voicemails instead of the usual brief messages. Nothing urgent, just more information than before. In the background, the mind begins to connect these personal experiences to broader patterns. You recall how, during the great heat waves of the 20th century, public health officials learned that the most dangerous signs were often the earliest and least dramatic: subtle confusion, mild dizziness, unusual fatigue. By the time severe symptoms appeared, the window for easy intervention had often closed. A rarely mentioned aspect of those studies is how community education focused on teaching people to recognize and respect small warnings, treating them as valuable signals rather than nuisances. You carry that perspective now, listening more closely to your own internal weather report. There's a quiet recalibration happening, like instruments being tuned before a concert resumes. You stretch, you pause, you notice your breathing and how it settles when you slow down. It's a gentle, almost meditative process, and you might even find a touch of humor in how attentive you've become. As if you've appointed yourself the official body news correspondent, reporting on minor developments with earnest care. Around you, others share similar observations in passing. Someone mentions feeling colder than usual. Another talks about getting tired more quickly. And a third laughs about how their sense of time has become a little philosophical, stretching and compressing in odd ways. The conversations are light, but they carry an undercurrent of recognition, a shared understanding that these are not isolated experiences. It's like comparing notes after a long journey, realizing that everyone felt the bumps in roughly the same places, even if they described them differently. This collective noticing brings to mind the early days of industrial ergonomics, when workers' complaints about repetitive strain were initially dismissed as individual weakness. Only later did studies reveal consistent patterns, leading to changes in workplace design. A small, often overlooked fact from that era is how long it took for these minor discomforts to be acknowledged as legitimate signals rather than personal quirks. The body, once again, had been sending messages long before institutions learned to decode them. As you reflect, the familiar refrain surfaces, steady and thoughtful. Historians still debate about how early warning signs, whether in individuals or in societies, are recognized and acted upon, and whether the tendency to normalize small changes delays necessary responses. They examine case studies from medicine, industry, and public health, arguing over the balance between caution and complacency, between listening carefully and overreacting too soon. For you, in this quiet moment, the debate feels less abstract. You're living inside the process of noticing, adjusting, and learning. There's no panic in it, just a growing respect for the subtle language of the body. You take a slow breath and feel how it moves through you. How the simple act of inhaling and exhaling can be both ordinary and informative. The night around you is calm. Streetlights glow softly, and the world continues its steady rhythm. Within that calm, you sense your own internal rhythms finding a new balance. Like a clock being gently reset. You might think, with a small, reassuring smile, that this is what awareness looks like when it's not in a hurry, quiet, patient, and willing to listen. As you settle into this attentive state, the story carries on, guided not by sudden turns, but by these small, persistent signals. They are the body's way of saying, pay attention, but don't be afraid, a message as old as humanity itself, whispered across generations, waiting for each listener to hear it in their own time. You notice how stories begin to travel faster than facts, slipping through conversations the way wind moves through narrow streets, changing shape as it goes. These are the street legends now. The half-whispered accounts that start with, "I heard about someone who," and end with a pause that lets imagination do the rest. Every era has had them. During the Black Death in the 14th century, for example, rumors spread about poisoned wells and cursed travelers. Stories that tried to give a face to an invisible threat. They weren't accurate, but they were powerful, shaping behavior and fear in ways official announcements never quite could. Here, too, the legends take on a life of their own. You hear about miraculous recoveries, about people who took just a little and were fine, and about others whose experiences are described in darker, more cautionary tones. The accounts are rarely consistent. Details blur, timelines shift, and the same story seems to gain new features with each retelling. Like a snowball rolling downhill. You might smile gently at the thought that if rumors had passports, they'd collect stamps from every neighborhood they passed through, each one adding a small embellishment. A lesser-known historical parallel comes from the early days of vaccination in the 18th century. Alongside genuine reports of success and complication, there circulated vivid tales of people supposedly taking on animal traits after inoculation. A misunderstanding of the science that nonetheless captured the public imagination. Pamphlets and cartoons of the time show humans sprouting cow-like features. A visual joke that masked real anxiety. It's a reminder that when knowledge is new or incomplete, metaphor and myth often rush in to fill the gaps. You sense the same process at work now. Technical explanations are simplified, then simplified again, until they become something almost symbolic. One story compares the body to a blocked river. Another to wires that have lost their coating. These images are not wrong. Exactly. But they're not precise either. They're bridges built from everyday experience to reach something complex. You might think, with a soft chuckle, that if the body were actually a city, the rumor mill would insist that one broken traffic light meant total gridlock. Even if most of the streets were still flowing just fine. In cafes and on buses, you overhear people trading these narratives, their voices lowering slightly, as if volume itself might give the stories too much weight. There's a curious mix of fascination and caution, like listeners at a campfire leaning in for a ghost story they half believe and half enjoy. Someone jokes that the tales are getting so dramatic they should come with theme music. And another replies that at least that would make them easier to recognize when they start playing. The laughter is brief but relieving. A small reminder not to let imagination run too far ahead of evidence. The media sometimes amplifies these legends, picking up a striking anecdote and presenting it as emblematic. This echoes the early years of aviation, when a single crash could dominate headlines and give the impression that flight itself was inherently doomed. Even as countless safe journeys went unmentioned, a small, often overlooked fact from that period is how public confidence lagged behind technical progress. Shaped more by vivid stories than by statistics. Emotion, it seems, is a faster traveler than data. You also notice how certain phrases become talismans, repeated as if their familiarity could make them true. Everyone knows. It always happens. You can't escape it. Such language has a way of closing off nuance, of turning possibility into certainty. During the Red Scare of the mid-20th century, similar phrases circulated, painting complex political realities in stark, simplified colors. The result was an atmosphere where rumor could feel as solid as proof, simply because it was shared so widely. Amid these circulating tales, a few calmer voices try to slow things down. They speak of variation, of individual differences, of the importance of context. Their tone is measured, almost soothing, like someone reminding a crowded room to breathe. It's not always the most attention-grabbing approach, but it carries a quiet authority. You might think, with gentle irony, that in a world of dramatic headlines, patience is the true underdog, rarely flashy but often right. The academic echo returns, steady and reflective. Historians still debate about the role of rumor and informal storytelling in shaping public response to emerging issues, and whether such narratives serve more to warn or to inflame. They study pamphlets from plague years, newspapers from wartime, radio broadcasts from the Cold War, tracing how unofficial accounts can sometimes prepare societies for action and, at other times, led them astray. You feel yourself standing between these currents, the pull of story and the pull of evidence. It's an oddly familiar position, like being in the middle of a crowd where some are pointing left, others right, and everyone is convinced they've heard the correct directions. You might smile softly and think that if uncertainty were a place, it would probably look like this: a crossroads with excellent coffee and very mixed reviews. As evening settles and conversations wind down, the legends don't disappear, they simply quiet, waiting for the next moment to surface. You carry with you an awareness of how easily the mind fills in blanks, how quickly a hint can become a narrative. It's not a flaw so much as a feature of being human, a way of making sense of what isn't yet fully understood. And in this gentle pause, you remind yourself that behind every rumor is a real concern, a desire for explanation, for reassurance, for a story that feels complete. The task, then, is not to silence the storytelling, but to listen carefully, to sort the echoes from the signals, and to let curiosity be guided, as much as possible, by patience and care. You sense the story widening again, pulling back from kitchens, clinics, and conversations into the slow, deliberate chambers where rules are written and decisions take on the weight of official language. This is the world of policy, where documents move across desks, stamped and restamped, and where the tempo is very different from the quick pulse of lived experience. It's a rhythm that has shaped history many times before. Think of the early 20th century, when governments around the world began to regulate food and medicine more strictly after scandals revealed unsafe practices. The 1906 Pure Food and Drug Act in the United States, for example, didn't arise from a single event, but from years of accumulating concern, investigative journalism, and public pressure finally aligning. You feel that same alignment beginning to form now, though it's still tentative, like clouds gathering before a change in weather. Committees are convened, reports requested, and preliminary guidelines drafted. The language is cautious, filled with phrases like under review and subject to further study. It's not indecision so much as the careful choreography of institutions that know the cost of acting too quickly and the risk of acting too slowly. You might smile softly at the thought that bureaucracy is history's way of walking rather than running, even when everyone agrees the destination matters. A lesser-known detail from regulatory history comes to mind. When aspirin first became widely available at the turn of the 20th century, it took years before standardized dosing and quality controls were established. Early on, different manufacturers produced tablets of varying strength, and physicians had to rely on experience and caution rather than uniform guidelines. Those early efforts at standardization, now taken for granted, were born from the realization that consistency itself is a form of safety. The parallel here is subtle but telling. Before clear frameworks exist, variation fills the space. You notice how data is gathered and compared, how charts and timelines are laid side by side, searching for patterns that can justify action. It's reminiscent of the way public health officials tracked the spread of polio in the mid-20th century, mapping cases and responses to decide where to allocate resources and how to design vaccination campaigns. A small, often overlooked fact from that era is how much debate went into prioritizing regions and age groups, with decisions shaped not only by numbers, but by social and political considerations as well. Policy, it turns out, is never purely mathematical. In meeting rooms, discussions revolve around access, prevention, and education. There's talk of tightening controls in some areas, expanding support in others, and launching information campaigns that balance clarity with calm. You can almost hear the careful phrasing being rehearsed, the way diplomats once crafted communiques during tense moments of the Cold War, choosing words that could inform without inflaming. A quiet joke circulates about how the most powerful tool in the room might be the thesaurus, and the light laughter that follows briefly softens the formality. The pace, however, feels slow compared to the urgency you've sensed elsewhere. Files move through layers of approval, each one a small gate that must be opened in turn. This brings to mind the early environmental regulations of the 1970s, when evidence of pollution's harm accumulated long before comprehensive laws were enacted. Rivers were studied, air quality measured, and hearings held, sometimes for years, before decisive action took shape. A rarely mentioned aspect of that process is how much persistence was required from scientists and advocates simply to keep the issue visible while procedures ran their course. You become aware of the tension between precaution and proof. Some argue that early intervention can prevent larger problems. Others caution against overreach based on incomplete data. It's a familiar debate, echoing the discussions around seatbelt laws, smoking regulations, and even the introduction of pasteurization in the 19th century. In each case, the balance between individual freedom and collective safety had to be negotiated, often contentiously, before new norms settled into place. In the background, legal frameworks are reviewed, their language dense but precise. You might think, with a touch of modern humor, that if patience were measured in pages, legal codes would be the gold standard. Yet within that density lies a quiet care, an attempt to anticipate scenarios and consequences, to build structures that can hold under pressure. It's not glamorous work, but it's foundational, like the unseen beams that support a bridge. The familiar refrain surfaces again, steady and thoughtful. Historians still debate about how quickly and effectively authorities should respond to emerging social and medical challenges, and whether early regulation prevents harm or simply drives problems into less visible spaces. They compare case studies from drug policy, public health, and environmental protection, weighing outcomes and unintended effects, searching for patterns in what has worked and what has not. As you sit with these reflections, the image of a long corridor returns, doors on either side, each labeled with a department name, lights glowing late into the evening. Inside, people read, write, discuss, and revise, their work quiet but consequential. The city outside continues its steady hum, largely unaware of the slow turning of these institutional gears. You take a slow breath, feeling the contrast between the immediacy of personal experience and the gradual unfolding of policy. Both are part of the same story, moving at different speeds, guided by different logics, yet inevitably intersecting. And in that intersection, you sense the next phase beginning to take shape, not with a single announcement or decree, but with a series of careful steps, each one measured, each one adding to the long, patient process by which societies try to learn, adapt, and protect. The season turns, and with it, the tempo of everything slows, as if the world itself has decided to speak more softly. You feel winter settle in, not just as a change in weather, but as a mood that wraps around days and stretches nights a little longer than usual. Snow, or cold rain, depending on where you imagine yourself, muffles the city's usual sounds. And even footsteps seem to tread more carefully. It brings to mind the long winters of history, like the one during Napoleon's retreat from Russia in 1812, when cold and distance worked together to wear down even the most determined armies. The lesson often drawn is that time and environment can be as influential as any single dramatic event. You sense that same quiet endurance now. Routines continue, but at a gentler pace. Morning light arrives reluctantly, and evenings invite earlier rest. There's a comfort in this slowness, a chance to pause and listen, but also a subtle challenge in keeping spirits steady when days feel short and similar. You might smile to yourself and think that winter is nature's way of suggesting a longer loading screen, complete with soft music and a "please wait" message. A lesser-known historical detail drifts into your thoughts from those harsh campaigns of the past. Soldiers often relied on small, repeated rituals, warming hands over shared fires, reciting familiar songs, marking days with simple tallies, to preserve morale when progress felt invisible. These tiny anchors, recorded in letters and diaries, mattered as much as grand strategies. In much the same way, you find yourself appreciating small markers now, a warm cup, a familiar voice, the steady rhythm of breathing in a quiet room. The body, too, responds to the season. You notice how muscles prefer a bit more warmth, how stillness can creep in more easily, how rest feels both necessary and tempting. It's reminiscent of how communities in northern climates have long adapted to winter by adjusting their pace, conserving energy, and gathering close. A rarely mentioned fact from Arctic exploration is how early expeditions underestimated the psychological effects of prolonged darkness, focusing on physical survival while learning more slowly that morale needed just as much care. There's a contemplative quality to this time, as if the story itself is taking a deep breath. You find your thoughts looping back, reviewing what has happened, tracing patterns, making quiet connections. It's like rereading a familiar chapter of a book, noticing new details now that you know what comes before and after. You might joke, gently, that your mind has switched to winter mode, running background processes more slowly but more thoroughly. Outside, the world looks simpler under a pale sky. Colors soften, edges blur, and movement becomes deliberate. Inside, conversations are lower, laughter warmer, silences more comfortable. It's the kind of atmosphere that invites reflection without demanding conclusions. You think of the winter of 1917, when the Russian Revolution was unfolding amid shortages and cold, and how people's diaries from that time often describe long waits, quiet resilience, and the sense that something was changing, even if it wasn't yet clear what shape that change would take. In these slower days, patience becomes a skill. You learn to measure time not by milestones, but by continuity, one day flowing into the next, each one carrying a small piece of the larger journey. There's a soft humor in that, too. You might think that if life were a streaming series, this would be the atmospheric episode. Light on plot twists, heavy on mood, the kind that fans later realize was quietly important. The academic echo returns, steady and thoughtful. Historians still debate about how periods of apparent stillness influence long-term outcomes, and whether such pauses are merely interludes or essential phases of adaptation and consolidation. They study winters of war, economic downturns, and cultural lulls, arguing over whether endurance during these times shapes what follows more than the moments of rapid change. As night falls earlier and lights glow in windows, you feel a gentle sense of holding, as if the world is keeping everything in a careful, temporary suspension. It's not an ending, just a season, one that asks for warmth, patience, and a bit of faith that movement will resume in its own time. You settle into that rhythm, breathing slowly, letting the quiet do its work, and allowing the story to rest for a moment before the next subtle shift carries it forward. The winter quiet doesn't last forever. One morning, light slips in a little earlier, and you notice it not as a dramatic sunrise, but as a subtle thinning of the dark. It's the kind of change you might miss if you weren't looking. Like the first day you realize you don't need the heater quite as high. In this softened glow, a story reaches you. One of those rare ones that moves against the general current. Like a swimmer turning back toward shore after drifting too far. You meet someone who has begun to recover. Not in a miraculous, movie montage way, but in the slow, careful language of small victories. A week of steadier sleep. A meal that stays down and actually tastes like something. Skin that, while still marked by the past, shows signs of warmth returning. color evening out as if a faded photograph were being gently restored. You sit with them, and their presence feels like proof that change, however gradual, is possible. History offers a familiar parallel. After the 1918 influenza pandemic, when entire cities had been hushed by illness and fear, newspapers began to carry cautious reports of patients leaving hospitals, of wards closing, of life edging back into the streets. A lesser-known detail from that period is how doctors noted not just survival, but the long, uneven road of convalescence, weeks or months of rebuilding strength, of learning to trust one's own body again. Recovery, they wrote, was not an event but a process, measured in small, patient steps. You see that process now. There's an almost ceremonial quality to ordinary acts, standing up without swaying, walking a short distance, breathing deeply without that faint, persistent tightness. Each success is acknowledged with a quiet nod, not applause, as if everyone understands that making a big show of it might jinx the delicate balance. You might think, with a gentle smile, that it's like coaxing a shy cat out from under the couch, move too fast. And it's gone, move slowly. And it inches forward on its own terms. There's humor, too, because there always is. Someone jokes that their body feels like it's running on an old operating system and keeps asking for updates at the worst possible times. Another laughs that their stamina is currently on a trial version, good for short walks and long naps. And you can't help adding that at least naps are a feature, not a bug. The room warms with these small laughs, the kind that don't deny difficulty but refuse to let it be the only story. Medically, the changes are described in careful, hopeful language. Circulation improving, tissues responding, the nervous system finding a steadier rhythm. A rarely mentioned observation from rehabilitation studies in the late 20th century is how much psychological reassurance can influence physical recovery. Not as magic, but as motivation. How believing that improvement is possible can subtly shape posture, breathing, and engagement with therapy. The mind, it seems, is not a miracle worker, but it is an excellent coach. You watch how routines support this fragile progress. Regular meals, gentle movement, consistent rest. It's like tending a small garden after a harsh frost. Checking each morning to see which leaves are unfurling, which still need protection. You might quip softly that recovery has all the excitement of watching paint dry. Except the paint occasionally smiles back at you. Not exactly a blockbuster, but quietly satisfying. In the background, clinicians and caregivers exchange notes, comparing this case with others. They talk about variability, about why some paths bend toward improvement while others remain stubbornly flat. They bring up historical data from different eras and settings, from post-war rehabilitation to modern recovery programs, looking for patterns without forcing conclusions. And, as always, that familiar phrase surfaces in their discussions. Historians still debate about how much individual resilience, environmental support, and sheer chance each contribute to recovery, and whether any one factor can ever be isolated from the rest. For you, sitting in this moment, the debate feels less theoretical. You can see the small signs, steadier hands, clearer eyes, a voice that carries a bit more strength. None of it erases what came before, but it adds a new layer to the story. one that wasn't guaranteed. It's like hearing a soft harmony join along. Somber melody, changing its color without denying its depth. Outside, the season continues its slow turn. The light lasts a few minutes longer each day. And the air, while still cool, carries a hint of what's coming. You breathe it in and let that gentle promise settle. Not a declaration, not a grand victory, just a quiet, persistent sense that forward motion, however measured, is real. And as you sit with that rare, fragile hope, you understand it for what it is. Not an ending, not a cure-all, but a reminder that even in stories heavy with consequence, there are chapters where the current softens, where the water grows a little warmer, and where the possibility of reaching steadier ground no longer feels like an impossible dream. The story drifts forward into the present, and you notice how easily the mind reaches for modern metaphors when trying to make sense of slow, complicated change. You think about trends that flare up online, burn bright for a moment, and then either fade or settle into something more permanent. It's a rhythm you've seen with viral challenges, sudden diet crazes, or the way a new app can sweep through everyone's phones almost overnight. At first, it's exciting, talked about everywhere, and then, quietly, without much ceremony, it becomes either a lesson learned or just another icon on the screen. You might smile softly and think that human behavior, whether digital or deeply physical, seems to love testing the skip tutorial button. A historical echo rises from the late 1990s, when the world watched the dot-com bubble swell and burst. Companies appeared with bold promises. Investors rushed in, and for a while it felt as if growth itself had become effortless. A lesser-known detail from that era is how many early warnings were tucked into small financial columns and technical reports, noting unsustainable models and overextended credit. Those cautions were there, but they were easy to overlook amid the enthusiasm. Only later, when the bubble collapsed, did those quiet notes seem prophetic. It's another reminder that early signals are often subtle, and that collective excitement can drown them out. You see a similar pattern in how modern societies respond to new problems and quick solutions. There's the initial surge of attention, the flurry of opinions, the confident predictions about what will work and what won't. Then, as time passes, the conversation matures, slows, and becomes more nuanced. The headlines give way to long-form analysis, the hot takes to careful studies. It's like the difference between a flashy trailer and the full, unhurried film. One grabs you instantly, the other asks you to sit, watch, and notice the details. Your thoughts wander to the early days of social media itself, when platforms were celebrated as tools that would automatically connect and uplift everyone. A small, often overlooked fact is how early researchers already warned about potential downsides: information overload, echo chambers, the blurring of private and public life. Those concerns were present from the start, but they took years of lived experience to be widely acknowledged. The pattern feels familiar: innovation, enthusiasm, adjustment, and then a more sober understanding. In your own small, personal landscape, you feel that shift from urgency to reflection. What once felt immediate and overwhelming now feels like something that can be examined, talked about, and gradually addressed. You might joke to yourself that it's like finally reading the user manual after weeks of just pressing buttons and hoping for the best. Another light thought floats by. If life came with pop-up notifications, this phase would probably say, "System update complete. Please restart gently." There's humor in how the modern world loves shortcuts. One-click purchases, fast shipping, instant streaming. We're used to solutions arriving quickly, neatly packaged, with progress bars that reassure us something is happening. When change unfolds slowly instead, it can feel almost old-fashioned, like waiting for a letter in the post rather than a message on your phone. You might chuckle and think that patience has become a kind of vintage skill, like knowing how to wind a mechanical clock or tune a radio by ear. Yet, history keeps reminding us that the most meaningful adjustments rarely happen at high speed. The civil rights movements of the 20th century, for example, are often remembered for landmark moments and famous speeches. But a lesser-known truth is how much of the work took place in long, quiet stretches of organizing, education, and persistence. The headlines mark the peaks, but the real terrain is made of steady, often unseen effort. Change, whether social or personal, seems to follow that same contour. You notice, too, how language evolves in the modern age. Terms that once sounded technical or obscure become part of everyday conversation, while others fade. It's similar to how, after the introduction of personal computers in the 1980s, words like download, virus, and memory took on new meanings in daily life. A small historical detail from that transition is how early computer manuals tried to explain digital concepts using household metaphors: desktops, folders, trash bins, bridges between the unfamiliar and the known. Metaphor, once again, acts as a guide. In the present, those metaphors help frame experiences that are still being understood. People talk about resetting, rebooting, finding balance, borrowing from the language of technology to describe the body and the mind. You might smile at how naturally these phrases roll off the tongue, and how they carry a quiet hope that, like a device, a system can be refreshed and stabilized with the right care. There's also the influence of online communities, where stories, advice, and encouragement travel quickly across borders. Support groups, forums, and shared experiences create a sense of not being alone, even when participants have never met face to face. A rarely mentioned aspect of early internet culture is how some of the first online communities formed around health and recovery. Long before social media became mainstream, these digital gathering places showed that connection itself could be a powerful resource, even when mediated by screens. Amid all this, the analytical refrain returns, calm and steady. Historians still debate about how modern communication technologies accelerate awareness and response, and whether this speed ultimately helps societies adapt more effectively or simply amplifies cycles of alarm and reassurance. They compare the spread of news by telegraph, radio, television, and the internet, tracing how each new medium reshapes the pace at which understanding grows. You sit with that thought and let it settle. The present, with all its notifications and updates, still unfolds according to human rhythms: attention, fatigue, curiosity, hope. The tools change, but the underlying patterns remain. You might even joke, gently, that no matter how smart our devices become, they're still powered by very old-fashioned humans who need rest, warmth, and a bit of kindness. As the day winds down, screens dim, rooms grow quieter, and the constant flow of information slows to a trickle. In that softer light, you feel the story's modern layer blending with its older echoes. It's all part of the same long conversation between experience and understanding. Between what happens quickly and what takes time to truly settle. You take a slow breath, aware that this chapter isn't about dramatic revelations, but about perspective, about seeing the present as one moment in a much longer continuum, where patience, attention, and gentle humor have always been among humanity's most reliable tools. And as you rest in that awareness, the narrative carries you forward, calm and steady, ready for the next subtle turn. You begin to notice how the story seeps into culture, the way a theme quietly threads itself through music, film, and the small creative gestures people make when they're trying to understand something that feels larger than words. It's subtle at first, a song lyric that lingers a little longer on the idea of fragility. A movie scene that pauses on a character's hands. A novel that describes winter and waiting with extra care. Art has always been a kind of early warning system, sensitive to shifts in mood and meaning before they're fully named. History offers a clear parallel in the years after World War I when writers, painters, and composers struggled to express the disorientation of a world that had changed too quickly. The Lost Generation, with figures like Ernest Hemingway and T.S. Eliot, captured a sense of quiet damage and searching, not through direct reportage, but through atmosphere and tone. A lesser-known detail from that period is how many artists turned to minimalism and fragmentation, believing that traditional forms were too tidy to convey what had actually been felt. The broken lines and spare words were not just stylistic choices, they were reflections of an inner landscape. You see something similar now. Filmmakers favor close-ups and long silences. Songwriters write about time stretching and shrinking, about bodies as landscapes that remember storms. Even in light, mainstream entertainment, there's a recurring motif of reset and rebuild, of characters finding their way back to themselves after some unnamed strain. It's as if culture is collectively clearing its throat, trying to articulate an experience that's still forming. You might smile softly at how even humor adapts. Stand-up routines and sitcoms begin to include jokes about being low on energy, about buffering in the middle of a sentence, about how everyone seems to be carrying an invisible backpack full of concerns. The laughter that follows isn't explosive, it's the warm, recognizing kind, the sound people make when they feel seen. Comedy, like a friendly mirror, reflects what's already there and adds a gentle wink, as if to say, yes, it's strange, but we're strange together. A small, often overlooked cultural detail emerges when you look at children's stories and animations. In past decades, fairy tales and cartoons often emphasized bold adventures and clear victories. More recently, you notice an increased focus on rest, on cooperation, on characters who learn to pause and listen rather than rush forward. Psychologists studying storytelling have noted that such shifts often coincide with broader social moods, as if the collective imagination is teaching itself new values through the language of play. Music, too, carries these undercurrents. Playlists lean towards softer tempos in the evenings, and even upbeat tracks include moments of hush. like a deep breath between choruses. You think of how, during the Great Depression, blues and folk songs gave voice to hardship without needing to spell out every detail. Using melody and rhythm to hold both sorrow and resilience at once. A rarely mentioned fact from that era is how community sing-alongs and radio broadcasts helped people feel less isolated, turning private emotion into shared experience. The technology has changed, but the function of music as a bridge remains. Visual art reflects the mood in quieter ways. Photographers linger on empty streets at dawn, on light through frosted windows, on hands clasped around warm mugs. Painters explore muted palettes, finding beauty in subtle gradients rather than stark contrast. It's reminiscent of the Dutch Golden Age, when artists like Vermeer captured everyday interiors with extraordinary attention, revealing how light and stillness could hold as much meaning as grand historical scenes. Those paintings weren't about spectacle, they were about presence. You notice how language itself evolves in creative spaces. Poets experiment with line breaks that mimic pauses in breathing. Novelists describe time as something that pools and flows rather than marches. Screenwriters leave more unsaid, trusting silence to carry weight. It's as if culture is collectively practicing how to listen, not just how to speak. You might think, with a gentle chuckle, that even the arts have entered low power mode, conserving energy while remaining alert. In museums and galleries, curators arrange exhibitions that invite slow viewing, encouraging visitors to linger rather than rush. This approach has roots in the slow art movement of the late 20th century, which argued that spending more time with fewer works could deepen understanding. A lesser-known observation from early studies of museum behavior is how visitors who slowed down reported stronger emotional connections and clearer memories of what they saw. Attention, it seems, is a form of care. You also sense how stories of recovery and adaptation begin to surface more often. Not as triumphal tales, but as honest accounts of uneven progress. Documentaries follow people through small routines, highlighting persistence rather than drama. Podcasts linger on personal reflections, letting voices wander and return. Like tides, these formats create space for nuance, for the acknowledgement that not every journey has a single, decisive turning point. Amid all this, a familiar analytical note sounds again. Historians still debate about the extent to which cultural expression both reflects and shapes social experience, and whether art leads change by giving it form or follows it by giving it voice. They examine periods of upheaval and renewal, tracing how shifts in style and theme correspond to shifts in collective feeling. From post-war modernism to the introspective movements of later decades. For you, moving through this cultural landscape, the effect is soothing. It's like walking through a gallery of gentle echoes, each one offering a slightly different angle on the same underlying mood. You realize that art doesn't need to shout to be meaningful, sometimes it simply hums, providing a background tone that helps the mind settle and the heart recognize itself. You pause with a piece of music, or a line of text, or an image that resonates more than you expected. It doesn't explain anything outright, but it makes you feel less alone in the not knowing. You might smile softly and think that this is one of culture's quiet superpowers, to create a shared emotional climate where individual experiences can rest and be understood without being dissected. As the evening deepens, you let these impressions drift through you like slow-moving clouds. The world outside continues its ordinary motions. But within, there's a sense of being held by a larger, creative conversation, one that has been unfolding for centuries and will continue long after this particular chapter fades. And in that gentle, collective hum, you find a kind of comfort, the reassurance that even the most complex stories can be carried, in part, by song, by image, by a well-placed pause that invites everyone to breathe together. You find yourself looking at numbers now, the kind that line up in rows and columns, calm and orderly, as if they're trying to reassure you simply by being so well behaved. Charts, graphs, percentages, each one a small attempt to translate lived experience into something that can be measured and compared. It's a language humanity has trusted for centuries. Ever since the first censuses in ancient Rome counted citizens to understand the strength of an empire. Back then, tallies of people and grain were treated almost like oracles, hints about the future hidden in neat sums. Here, too, the numbers are meant to illuminate. You see trends rising and falling, curves that flatten, lines that slowly slope in hopeful directions. They don't shout, they murmur. A statistic might say that a certain outcome is becoming less common, or that recovery rates are inching upward. It's not a victory parade, more like watching the tide turn, so gradual that you only notice it by comparing where the water was an hour ago to where it is now. You might even joke softly that if progress were a progress bar, this one is moving in stealth mode, advancing so slowly it's almost polite about it. A historical echo surfaces from the early days of epidemiology in the 19th century. When John Snow mapped cholera cases in London and revealed a pattern that pointed to contaminated water. The dots on his map were, at first, just dots, but together they told a story that words alone could not. A lesser-known detail from that work is how some officials initially dismissed the data because it contradicted prevailing theories. The numbers were clear, but their meaning took time to be accepted. It's a reminder that statistics don't speak for themselves, they need patient listeners. You notice how context changes everything. A percentage on its own feels abstract. But when you imagine it as people in a room, one chair empty here, another there, it becomes more tangible. It's like converting digital music files into sound waves. The information is the same, but the experience is entirely different. You might smile at the thought that numbers, much like people, can be shy until you invite them into a story. There are also margins of error, confidence intervals, and footnotes, the small print that quietly insists on humility. These are the reminders that measurement is an approximation, not a verdict. In the early days of astronomy, for example, calculations of planetary motion were refined again and again as instruments improved. A small, often overlooked fact is how much those refinements depended on acknowledging uncertainty. On saying, "This is our best estimate. For now," the willingness to revise was not a weakness, it was the engine of progress. You sense that same careful tone here. The data suggests improvement in some areas, stubborn challenges in others. It's a mixed picture, like a weather forecast that promises sun but keeps a cloud icon in the corner. Just in case someone nearby makes a light comment that statistics are basically the universe's way of saying, "It depends," and another adds that, "It depends" is probably the most honest phrase in any language. You can't help a quiet chuckle. Numbers, for all their precision, often lead back to that wonderfully vague conclusion. Looking at long-term trends, you see how time smooths out the noise. Short spikes and dips become less dramatic when viewed over years. This brings to mind the way historians study economic cycles, like the Great Depression of the 1930s. Not just through dramatic headlines but through decades of data showing slow recovery, gradual shifts, and the uneven pace of improvement. A lesser-known aspect of those studies is how different regions recovered at different rates. A reminder that averages can hide as much as they reveal. There's comfort in the steadiness of this view. The numbers don't panic, they simply record. They offer a kind of quiet companionship, saying, "This has happened before, in various forms, and here is how it unfolded." You might think, with gentle humor, that if emotions are a roller coaster, statistics are the safety bar, firm, unexciting, but very good at keeping things in perspective. As you read further, you notice how researchers compare present data with historical baselines, looking for meaningful change rather than momentary fluctuation. This comparative approach has roots in the work of early social statisticians in the 18th and 19th centuries, who began to track birth rates, mortality, and living conditions to understand the health of populations. A small, fascinating detail is how some of them used color-coded maps and hand-drawn charts, long before computers, to visualize patterns that words couldn't easily convey. The tools were simple, but the insight was profound. In discussions around these figures, that familiar phrase appears once more: calm and reflective. Historians still debate about how much weight should be given to numerical trends versus personal accounts when interpreting periods of change, and whether statistics capture reality more clearly or simply from a different angle. They argue over the balance between scale and detail, between the bird's eye view and the ground-level story. For you, sitting with these numbers, the effect is oddly soothing. They don't erase the complexity you've encountered, they frame it. They show that behind every curve and column are countless individual moments, each one small on its own, but together forming patterns that can guide understanding and, perhaps, wiser choices. You let your eyes drift from the page or screen and rest for a moment. The room is quiet, the light soft, and the steady presence of these figures lingers like a low, reassuring hum. They don't promise certainty, only context, and sometimes that's enough. In this calm, measured perspective, you feel the story settling into a broader view, one that stretches across time and experience, gently reminding you that even the most complicated journeys can, little by little, be traced, understood, and held within the patient language of numbers. Drift into a quieter chamber of thought, one lined with books and long tables, where voices lower and sentences stretch, as if every word wants room to breathe. This is the realm of academic discussion, where ideas are handled the way archivists handle fragile letters, carefully, with gloves of caution and respect. You imagine scholars leaning over documents, tracing timelines with pencils, comparing notes the way cartographers once compared star charts, trying to agree on where, exactly, the lines should be drawn. A familiar historical scene flickers into view. The debates that followed the discovery of Troy by Heinrich Schliemann in the 19th century. Some hailed it as proof that Homer's epics were rooted in real places. Others questioned the methods, the layers, the interpretations. The event itself, an ancient city brought to light, was extraordinary. But the arguments about what it truly meant lasted for decades. A lesser-known detail is that early excavations were so eager for answers that some layers were damaged or removed too quickly. A reminder that the rush to conclude can sometimes blur the very evidence one hopes to clarify. Here, too, you sense that same tension between curiosity and patience. Papers are written, responses are published, conferences convene. One group emphasizes social context, another biological mechanisms, a third the role of policy and environment. It's like listening to several people describe the same mountain from different sides, each view valid, each incomplete. You might think, with a soft smile, that if consensus were a bus, it would be the one that's always 5 minutes away, no matter how long you've been waiting at the stop. Footnotes multiply, and so do questions. Was this trend driven more by access or by circumstance? Did timing matter more than geography? Could earlier interventions have changed the arc? Or would the same pattern have emerged in a different form anyway? The tone is thoughtful rather than heated, more like a long chess match than a boxing ring. Someone makes a gentle joke about how their argument has more qualifiers than a marathon has water stations. And another replies that at least the hydration is good for intellectual endurance. A third adds that if caution burned calories, academia would be a fitness program. And the room shares a quiet, knowing laugh. You notice how often scholars return to comparison. They line up this story beside others, the spread of tobacco use and its long path to regulation, the rise of industrial pollution and the slow awakening to its consequences, the evolution of antibiotics and the shadow of resistance that followed. Each comparison is a mirror, reflecting similarities and differences, helping to sharpen the outline of what's being studied now. A small, often overlooked fact from the history of tobacco research is how early studies in the 1950s already suggested risks. Yet it took years of accumulating evidence and debate before public policy shifted. The data was there. Agreement took time. Language is weighed with care. Words like cause, contribute, correlate, and contextualize are chosen the way a musician chooses notes. Aware that a small change can alter the entire tone, you might chuckle softly at how a single adverb can launch a 10-page response, and how an asterisk can inspire a footnote that lives a whole life of its own. In this world, even punctuation seems to have a PhD. And then, as if on cue, the familiar refrain settles into the room, spoken with calm assurance. Historians still debate about how to assign weight to the many factors at play, about whether social conditions or chemical properties should take precedence in explanation, and about how much hindsight colors interpretation. They examine letters, records, interviews, and datasets, arguing not to win, but to understand, knowing that understanding itself is a moving target. You feel the atmosphere is not one of final answers, but of careful circling, like planets in a slow, respectful orbit around a shared question. The process is deliberate, sometimes frustratingly so, yet there's comfort in its steadiness. It's the intellectual equivalent of a low, constant hum, reassuring in its persistence. You might think, with gentle humor, that if thought bubbles were visible, this room would look like a very polite cloud factory. As the discussion winds down for the evening, notes are gathered, books closed, and lamps dimmed. No single conclusion is declared, but the collective picture is a little clearer than it was before. You carry with you the sense that knowledge, like history, is built through layers of conversation, through disagreement that is patient and curiosity that is kind. And in that calm, scholarly hush, you let the voices fade into a soft background, like pages turning in a distant library. The story continues, not with a gavel strike or a bold headline, but with the quiet confidence that understanding grows best when it's allowed to take its time. To question, to compare, and to rest, for a moment, before the next careful thought is gently placed on the table. You come to a moment of stillness that feels less like a pause and more like a mirror. The noise of policy rooms, clinics, families, and headlines softens, and what remains is a quieter question. How did you arrive here? And what does this path look like when you trace it gently backward? It's the kind of self-reflection that has followed humans through every age. After the fall of Rome, for instance, writers like Augustine and later medieval chroniclers tried to make sense of collapse and continuity not only through events, but through inner reckoning. What choices, what habits, what unnoticed turns had carried a society from one state to another? You feel that same inward turn now. You replay small decisions, the ordinary ones that never seemed important enough to mark on a calendar. A conversation here, a shortcut there, a moment when curiosity leaned forward and caution stayed seated. None of them announced themselves as pivotal. They were more like pebbles added one by one to a pocket, light individually, noticeable only when you finally feel the weight. You might smile, a little wryly, and think that life rarely sends a push notification saying, "This choice will matter later." It prefers subtlety. A lesser-known historical detail comes to mind from the journals of 18th-century sailors. Many wrote not about storms or battles, but about tiny navigational adjustments, half a degree here, a slight change in wind there, that, over weeks, altered their entire route. Those entries reveal a truth that grand maps often hide. Direction is shaped by accumulation. The ocean didn't suddenly turn them, it guided them through countless small corrections. You sense your own journey has followed a similar geometry. There's a tenderness in this review. Not judgment, just noticing. You observe how the body and mind learned, how warning signs whispered before they spoke more clearly, how support appeared in ordinary forms, a cup of tea, a quiet ride, a steady voice. You might think, with gentle humor, that if hindsight were an app, it would constantly suggest, "You could have used this feature earlier," and then politely refuse to let you rewind. Memory itself becomes a companion here. Neuroscientists note that recollection is not a perfect recording but a reconstruction, colored by present understanding. A small, often overlooked fact from early psychology is how patients, when asked to recall sequences of events, naturally impose patterns and meaning that weren't obvious at the time. The mind, it seems, is a storyteller by instinct, always trying to shape experience into something coherent. You feel that shaping now. The way the past arranges itself into a narrative that makes sense of the present. In this reflective space, questions surface without urgency. What did you ignore because it felt inconvenient? What did you trust because it felt familiar? What did you hope would resolve itself if given enough time? These are not accusations, they're invitations. They echo the way philosophers after major upheavals, after the French Revolution, after the World Wars, asked how ordinary assumptions had carried societies toward extraordinary outcomes. The point was never to assign simple blame, but to understand the pathways of belief and behavior. A soft, shared observation rises again from the scholarly chorus. Historians still debate about how much personal agency versus structural circumstance shapes such journeys, and whether turning points are best understood as single decisions or as long, gentle slopes that only look steep in retrospect. They compare diaries, letters, and oral histories, finding that most people describe change not as a leap, but as a gradual drift punctuated by moments of sudden clarity. You feel one of those moments now, not sharp, not dramatic, just clear. It's the recognition that awareness itself is a kind of milestone, not a finish line, but a place where the view opens and you can finally see the road behind you as well as the one ahead. You might even chuckle softly and think that if growth had a sound, it would be the quiet click of a seatbelt fastening, not thrilling, but reassuring. The room around you is calm. Light falls in an even, unhurried way. Your breathing slows, and with it, the pace of thought. Reflection doesn't demand answers tonight. It only asks for honesty and a little kindness toward the version of you who was doing their best with the information and tools they had at the time. And as you sit with that, the story feels ready to move again, not forward in haste, but forward with a gentler, clearer sense of direction, as if the compass has been quietly recalibrated and is now pointing, not to a destination, but to understanding itself. From reflection, you drift toward meaning, the kind that doesn't arrive with trumpets but with a soft, steady clarity, like light finding its way through curtains at dawn. It's the sense that what you've seen and felt is not just a sequence of events, but a pattern that offers something to carry forward. History is full of such moments. After the devastation of World War II, for example, nations didn't simply rebuild cities, they tried, with varying success, to rebuild ideas about cooperation, health, and responsibility. The founding of the World Health Organization in 1948 stands as a widely known milestone. A collective acknowledgement that well-being was not merely a private matter, but a shared concern. A lesser-known detail from that period is how much the WHO's early agenda was shaped by lessons from tuberculosis and malaria campaigns, which emphasized not only treatment but education and community involvement. The realization was simple yet profound. Lasting change required understanding as much as intervention. You feel that principle echo here, in the way awareness, support, and patience have woven themselves into the story, teaching that no single factor works in isolation. You begin to see how the past chapters, heavy and light alike, form a kind of curriculum: curiosity, improvisation, consequence, care, recovery, all arranged like lessons that were never labeled as such at the time. It's reminiscent of how the Renaissance unfolded, not as one sudden awakening, but as a gradual rediscovery of knowledge, art, and human potential, spread across generations. A small, often overlooked fact is how many of the era's breakthroughs were built on translations of ancient texts. quiet acts of preservation that later made bold ideas possible. Progress, it seems, often depends on someone, somewhere, paying close attention. There's a gentle ethical thread running through your thoughts now. Not a rulebook, but a feeling for balance, between risk and caution, between independence and support, between the desire for quick relief and the patience required for lasting stability. You might smile softly and think that if life were a long course, this would be the unit on learning from experience, the one everyone has to take, even if the syllabus is never clearly posted. You notice how this lesson isn't about perfection. It's about responsiveness, about recognizing when conditions change and adjusting. The way farmers have always read the seasons and altered their planting. Or the way sailors learned to respect currents rather than fight them head-on. A lesser-known historical example comes from the development of modern meteorology in the late 19th century. When systematic weather observation replaced folklore, allowing communities to prepare rather than merely react. The shift wasn't about controlling the sky, it was about understanding it well enough to live more wisely beneath it. In your own quiet way, you sense a similar shift, from reacting to recognizing, from drifting to orienting. It's not a dramatic transformation, more like the steady settling of a compass needle. You might even chuckle lightly and think that if wisdom had a sound effect, it wouldn't be a cymbal crash, but the soft click of something aligning. The academic echo returns, gentle and familiar. Historians still debate about how societies turn collective experience into lasting lesson, and whether crises are the primary teachers or merely the most memorable ones. They examine reforms that followed wars, epidemics, and economic upheavals, asking which changes endured and which faded once the urgency passed. The answers, as always, are mixed, suggesting that learning is a process rather than a destination. For you, though, the takeaway feels personal and calm. It's the understanding that the story has not been about a single substance, a single era, or a single outcome, but about how humans navigate vulnerability and resilience, often at the same time. It's about how small choices accumulate, how support networks matter, how attention can become a form of care. The light in the room grows warmer, shadows lengthen, and the day eases toward evening. You breathe in slowly, feeling the steadiness of that rhythm, and let the lesson settle without forcing it into words. It's enough to know that something has been learned, even if it doesn't yet have a neat label. And in this gentle clarity, you sense the narrative preparing to soften further, to trade analysis for reassurance, as if the story itself is ready to slow its pace, lower its voice, and guide you toward rest with the quiet confidence that comes from having been listened to, understood, and, in its own careful way, transformed. You feel the pace ease, like a train coasting as it approaches a quiet station, the clatter of wheels softening into a gentle hum. Breathing becomes something you notice again, not because it's difficult, but because it's steady, reliable, almost comforting in its rhythm. In and out, the body, after all the listening and learning, seems content to settle, as if it has found a chair by a warm window and is ready to rest for a while. History, too, has its moments of slowing, its long exhalations after periods of strain. You think of the years following the end of the Second World War in Europe, when cities lay in rubble but the guns were silent. There was a strange calm in that silence. A mixture of relief and exhaustion. People rebuilt brick by brick, day by day, and in between, they learned again how to sleep without the expectation of sirens. The famous event is the war's end in 1945. But the quieter story is what came after, the long, patient return to ordinary nights. A lesser-known detail from that time is how many people reported difficulty adjusting to peace. Diaries and early psychological studies note that even when danger had passed, the body sometimes remained alert, as if waiting for a sound that never came. It took weeks, months, sometimes years for that internal tension to fully unwind. Rest, it turned out, was a skill that had to be relearned, not just a condition that appeared when conflict stopped. You sense something similar now, not fear, but the gentle process of letting go of constant vigilance. Your muscles loosen a little, your shoulders dropping as if they've finally received permission. The room around you feels softer, edges less sharp, sounds more distant. You might smile faintly at how the mind, which earlier loved to chase patterns and debates, now seems content to watch them drift by like clouds. One looks like a question, another like a memory, and a third like a plan for tomorrow that can wait until, well, tomorrow. There's a warmth in this slowing, a sense that nothing urgent is being asked of you. It's the same warmth people described during the first widespread adoption of electric lighting, when evenings could be spent reading or talking without the hurry imposed by candles. A small, often overlooked fact from those early years is how people initially complained that the new light made it harder to tell when it was truly time to sleep. Eventually, though, routines adjusted, and the body learned new cues. Adaptation, even to comfort, takes a little time. You listen to the small sounds, the faint rush of air, the distant murmur of a city settling into night, perhaps the tick of a clock that measures time without emotion or opinion. It's a reminder that time keeps moving whether we analyze it or not, and that sometimes the kindest thing to do is simply move with it. Gently, like floating rather than swimming. A couple of light thoughts wander through. The mind's way of keeping things friendly. You might think that if your thoughts had pajamas, they'd be putting them on now, yawning, ready to curl up, or that your to-do list has finally agreed to take a nap and stop waving at you from the corner. Another soft joke drifts by. Even your inner narrator is lowering their voice, as if the "inside library" sign has just been switched on. 3 small smiles, like 3 slow blinks. The broader view returns, but in a hushed tone. Across centuries, after plagues, wars, and great migrations, societies have always had these in-between phases, when the main work is not building or fighting or deciding, but resting. The Roman historian Tacitus wrote about periods of quiet after turmoil, noting how people rediscovered the simple pleasures of routine, meals, walks, conversation, almost as if they were new inventions. A rarely mentioned observation in later analyses of such periods is how recovery often depended as much on sleep and calm as on policy and planning. Bodies and minds needed stillness before they could fully step forward again. In academic circles, the familiar refrain still echoes. Even here in the calm, historians still debate about how much these quiet intervals contribute to long-term resilience, and whether societies that allow themselves to truly rest recover more fully than those that rush straight into the next challenge. They study post-war decades, post-pandemic lulls, and the slow normalization that follows upheaval, searching for patterns in how rest reshapes readiness. For you, though, this isn't a debate, it's a feeling. The feeling of being allowed to slow. The feeling that the story doesn't need another point right now. Another conclusion. Another neatly tied ribbon. It can simply breathe, and in that breathing, become gentle. Your eyelids feel heavier, not with exhaustion, but with comfort, the way they do when you've been listening to rain for a long time. Thoughts lengthen, stretching out like cats in the sun. No hurry to move. You sense the narrative drawing closer. Not to an ending, but to a soft landing. Like a plane touching down so smoothly you barely notice the wheels meet the ground. The world outside continues. Of course, lights changing. Cars passing. Distant voices fading. But it all feels farther away. As if wrapped in cotton. What's near is the steady rise and fall of your chest. The quiet assurance that this moment is safe, contained, and kind. You let yourself linger here. In this slowed space, where history's weight has softened into perspective, where lessons have settled into understanding, and where the only task is to rest in the gentle knowledge that you've followed the story all the way to this calm, unhurried pause. You arrive at the last bend in the river, where the current widens and slows, and the water begins to look more like a mirror than a road. Everything you've carried through the previous chapters, cold streets, quiet rooms, careful conversations, cautious hope, settles here, not as a pile of memories, but as a single, continuous feeling. It's the feeling of having traveled through something heavy and come out not with answers neatly wrapped, but with a deeper calm, the kind that comes from understanding rather than certainty. A well-known historical moment drifts into view, the end of the Great Plagues in Europe. When bells that had once tolled for the dead slowly returned to marking ordinary hours. The Black Death in the 14th century is remembered for its devastation. But a lesser-known detail recorded in monastery chronicles is how, years later, communities relearned the simple rhythm of days, planting, harvesting, singing, sleeping, almost as if time itself had to be taught how to flow gently again. The catastrophe faded, but the memory of it shaped a quieter, more careful way of living. You sense something similar now. Not drama, not crisis, but the slow restoration of rhythm. Your breathing feels even, your thoughts drift rather than race. The body, which once sent so many small messages, now seems content to speak in the simplest language of all, in and out. Warm and cool, here and now. There's a rare, almost hidden truth in history that fits this moment, after major upheavals. The most profound changes are often not recorded in laws or treaties, but in sleep patterns. In how long people sit with one another. In how silence is no longer frightening. Diaries from post-war periods. From post-epidemic towns. From societies after long hardship. Repeatedly mention the same thing. Nights becoming quieter. Dreams becoming gentler. And the simple luxury of uninterrupted rest returning. You let that idea settle. Rest as a historical event. Sleep as a form of recovery written not in textbooks, but in bodies. And, as always, the familiar scholarly murmur echoes softly in the background. Historians still debate about whether true endings ever exist, or whether history is simply a series of softenings, peaks giving way to plains. storms dissolving into long, calm weather. They argue over where one era truly ends and another begins, and often conclude that the transition is less like a door closing and more like a voice slowly lowering until it becomes a whisper. Your own inner voice lowers now. 2. The room feels dimmer, not because the light has changed, but because your attention has. Sounds blur into a gentle hum, like distant traffic heard through a window on a winter night, or waves far out at sea. You might think, with a last, tender smile, that even your thoughts are taking off their shoes and walking more quietly, trying not to wake anything. You are safe here, in this slowed moment. Nothing is demanded, nothing is chasing you. The long story, with all its shadows and small hopes, has brought you to a place where the only motion left is the soft rise and fall of breath. And now, the narrative itself leans closer, its voice barely more than air. It reminds you that whatever you've imagined, whatever you've followed, it can all fade gently, like a picture dissolving into darkness, leaving only warmth behind your eyes and a steady, soothing rhythm in your chest. Let your shoulders sink. Let your jaw soften. Let the day loosen its grip. The past becomes a blur. The present becomes a pillow. The future can wait. You drift, slowly, comfortably, as if floating on calm water under a dark, starless sky that doesn't need to show you anything to feel peaceful. And in that quiet, the story finishes the only way it can. Not with a final word, but with a hush. End of script. Sweet dreams.